Thank you. I want to make sure everyone's aware we are recording this meeting. We will record the entire meeting so that when you when we get to Q&A and comments from the public, when we allow people to speak, you will be recorded, and we will circulate the link to the recording afterwards so people can watch it after if they missed it or if they want to go back and see parts of it again. Tonight, I'm going to give just a few really brief introductory remarks. And then we have Leo Flor with us. He's the director of the King County Department of Community and Human Services. He has a brief presentation to sort of make sure that folks here have a baseline of what the Health Through Housing program is, especially with a focus on the Redmond location. And then we're going to dedicate the bulk of the meeting to hearing from the public. We're going to take comments and questions from everyone here. I'm going to try my very, very best to get to everyone. We are scheduled to go from 6 to 8. Given the number of people, it might take longer than that, but we are willing to stay longer to try to give everybody an opportunity to have their say and to share some comments. So here are my brief remarks before we get to Leo and then to you all. I live in East Bellevue. I live in the Lake Hills neighborhood of Bellevue. I've lived here for, it'll be 30 years next year. I live here with my husband and my son, Victor. He goes to Sammamish High School, started just this week at Sammamish High School. And so we are in this community. We care about this community. This is my community. I represent it, but I also live here. By training, I'm a labor lawyer. I worked for the King County Executive Branch for about 17 years, most of that time in the King County jail system. I got involved in local politics because of issues around a couple of degrading shopping centers in the Lake Hills area. If you're aware of the Lake Hills Shopping Center and the Kelsey Creek Shopping Center, I had a lot of involvement in the redevelopment of those because I wanted my community to have clean, safe gathering spaces and to thrive. Served on the Bellevue Community Council from 2004 to 2015, where I served one term as deputy mayor and one term as mayor. And from 2016 to today, I represent District 6 on the King County Council. In that time, I've done the wide scope of things that cities and counties do, but I focus a lot of my efforts on trying to bring better housing and transportation options to the east side. I fought really hard for the light rail that you see growing out of the ground that's finally going to open here in 2023. So I'm not going to say a lot because you're going to hear a lot and we're going to speak a lot, but I do want to share 4 things with you that I know for a fact from my experience. One thing I know, we have a housing crisis in East King County. In 2017, I organized and led a task force on housing affordability, and we found that we are over 150,000 homes short of the demand in King County. And that number rises to over 250,000 by 2040 if we stay on our current trajectory. Even before COVID, people were being priced out of housing here at an alarming rate. The second thing I know is we have a homelessness problem in East King County. This is not just a Seattle problem. There have been people living outside around Bellevue and Redmond for as long as I have been here. And the data backs that up. The last point in time count found 466 people living without shelter in East King County. The third thing I know for sure is that everyone here, with the possible exception of the person who's Zoom bombing us in the chat, somebody take a note of that name. We're not going to unmute that person. Everyone here looks at the homelessness problem and says, we have to do something about it. We live in a community that knows we can't just accept people living in parks and woods under overpasses and in doorways. So we need to do something about it. And the final thing that I know for sure is that whenever we try to site or open a new piece of infrastructure, it almost doesn't matter what it is. People start out with a lot of fear and concern. It's totally natural. We don't know what the new thing is going to bring. We don't know how it's going to. Can we remove somebody from, I'm sorry, I'm watching the chat and there's somebody now telling people to kill themselves. And I think we need to remove that person. I'm just going to do it myself. Done. It's not appropriate. We have that is hate speech going on in the chat. I am very sorry. I would delete it if I knew how to do it. And I apologize for that for the people who are here and not here to look at that. let me finish what I was saying. I was saying that the fourth thing that I know for certain is that people start out concerned. It happens with any kind of infrastructure, not just housing or things around homelessness. Around light rail, we heard there would be drugs and crime and security problems. Around new school buildings, we heard there will be drugs and crime and security problems. We heard it around the planning for the shelter in Eastgate. We heard it around the planning for the rotating tent city, which is currently at Temple B'nai Torah. In my experience, in every single case, we have been able to work through concerns, work through real problems, work through perceived problems, and put our collective efforts together. We can make projects work. And that is what I really intend and hope to do with this one. So that is what I have to say. But we're going to listen. We're going to listen to everybody when we get to you. But I want to introduce to you Leo Flor. Some of you may have met him. Leo is, as I said, the director of King County's Department of Community and Human Services, which runs the Health Through Housing program. A little bit about Leo. Leo's a graduate of West Point. He has served our country overseas in Iraq and Afghanistan as a member of the U.S. Army. He is a lawyer by training. He sometimes talks casually about jumping out of aircraft, so I think he's ready for pretty much anything that we can throw at him tonight. And I really want to thank you, Leo, for being here with us and ask you to please go ahead and give your brief presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Balducci, and good evening. Again, my name is Leo Flor from King County's Department of Community and Human Services, and I've got what I promise is a brief 6-slide background that we'll get through in about 10 minutes or less here. All right, so somebody should see something that is Sonic's colors, not Oregon Ducks colors. So the Health Through Housing program, and I want to touch briefly on our background, the goal of the program, the people that we'll be able to house through the program, and then a couple of key issues. So as Councilmember Balducci mentioned, right now, every night in King County, we have about 6,000 people who will sleep outside. That number has gone up or down, but we have confidence that over the last 2 years in particular, that number has grown. All of the things that drive homelessness have continued to accelerate over the last 2 years. And so while we don't have a precise data point, we're confident that that number is increasing. We also know that for people who live outside, the most effective thing we have is supportive housing. As Councilmember Balducci mentioned, one of the things I certainly hear about continuously as a concern of everybody is homelessness, and unsheltered homelessness in particular. And supportive housing is effective to reduce homelessness. It's effective to improve people's health. And it's also an efficient way to use precious public funds. You can see the little equivalents down there. What that signifies is there have been a couple of studies that bear this out at varying levels of specificity, but we know that about 3 days at the hospital costs as much in taxpayer funding as 30 days in jail, which costs as much as 1 year in permanent supportive housing. We also know that for treating people or preventing homelessness, jail is the least effective of those responses. And so we have a case here where we know that the thing that is most effective is also cost effective or cheapest, and that is housing. And the last thing, and this is the map on the right-hand side in the transition to the Health Through Housing program, is we have homelessness in every part of King County right now. And homelessness is increasing in every part of King County. But what we don't have in every part of King County is housing. And what we don't have in every part of King County is permanent supportive housing specifically, which again is the tool that we know is most effective. And where we start from tonight is absent this particular facility, there is not a single unit of permanent supportive housing that is available to an adult in East King County. So in the entire east side of a 2.3 million person county, that is an effective tool that we don't have access to on a problem that we all agree that is tough and is getting worse in our community. And the other thing I'll just emphasize here is we are talking tonight about a hotel in Redmond. It is one of 9 Health Through Housing acquisitions so far. So We have multiple acquisitions within the city of Seattle. We have the hotel in Redmond. We also have a location in Renton, in Auburn, and in Federal Way. And we expect that there will be 3 more purchases by the end of the year to complete the set of health through housing facilities. So it is an attempt to get regional resources on this regional problem. So what's the goal? This is an attempt to make a difference on a problem that we all see, which is, again, that we have thousands of people who sleep outside every night. So our goal here is to house 1,600 King County residents who are experiencing or at risk of chronic homelessness, to do so while reducing what are stark racial ethnic disproportionalities. And just to go over those data, we know that Black African-American members of our community are about 6% of our population, and they make up about 25% of the people who are unhoused. We know that Native members of our community, as a total percentage, despite this being their original land, make up about less than 1% of the overall population, and depending on the measurement, make up somewhere between 6 and 15% of the people who experience homelessness. And so there are stark racial ethnic disproportionalities there. And the way that we're looking to do this is to take advantage of temporary conditions so that we can buy hotels which are cheaper than building housing. We can do this in a way that is faster than we have traditionally been able to bring housing online. And again, because of the fact that we're able to put services into these buildings and to fund them in a sustainable way so that people have on-site healthcare, on-site employment, and on-site housing counseling, we're able to make this effective. So when I say cheaper, the cost to construct new permanent supportive housing, because of many of the things that Councilmember Balducci mentioned in terms of our overall housing crisis, is somewhere north of $400,000 per unit to construct. And what we're able to do with the Health Through Housing effort is to get the per unit price using taxpayer money down from $400,000 to closer to about $270,000 on average. It's faster. Construction takes time, and we have a crisis right now. And so this is a program that allows us to put into immediate service buildings. And we will have health through housing buildings coming online, housing people in the coming months and early next year as well. And then again, more effective. This is not just housing people. A question that we get a lot from concerned residents is whether we are just going to house people and then not provide the on-site supports that are necessary to help people be successful. With this program, what we actually have the ability to do is to provide on-site services in a way that we're normally not able to, and with a duration of service that we believe is going to really support long-term stability for the folks who live inside the building and the community that surrounds it. Who are the people we'll house? And this is something to spend a little bit of time on. A lot of the questions that we get involve generalizations or characterizations of the people who will be housed within the facility. So I would like everyone just to have the these are the facts of what eligibility is. A household must be at 30% or below of the area median income. So these are folks who do not make a lot of money. If you look at $23,000 annually for an individual, and then you know what the rent is across the county, but certainly on the east side of our county, you'll recognize that those numbers don't pencil. And then they have to meet one of the 2 definitions, and one of those definitions is a person who is experiencing chronic homelessness. One of them is a person who's at risk of chronic homelessness. So a person who is experiencing chronic homelessness is a person, an adult with a disability, or a disabling condition, and they've experienced homelessness for a long time or a lot recently. And you can see the specific numbers there. A person who's at risk of chronic homelessness, again, is a person who's got a disability or disabling condition, who has experienced homelessness for a long time, but a little bit less than the chronic definition, which is a federal definition, and or a person who represents a population that is disproportionately impacted or experiencing homelessness. So a couple of things to say here. Some of the people who will receive housing do use drugs. Not all of the people who will receive housing and health through housing use drugs. Some of the people have behavioral health conditions. Not all of the people have behavioral health conditions. And people who have behavioral health conditions are sometimes able to really sort of recover and live well with those when they are housed as opposed to when they're unhoused. There are a lot of sort of generalizations that can come in some questions. And so the reason I wanted to provide this information is so that we've got a clear baseline. This is what is in the statute, in the ordinance about who is eligible to receive housing and health through housing. Local referral, this is another question. We do have the ability, in fact, the requirement to set aside a percentage of rooms for what we call local referral, or referral by the immediate community around the health through housing location or facility. And that's something that there's a 15% minimum. And one of the things that I think is exciting about this program is that because we'll have the first permanent supportive housing that's available on the entire east side, we believe that this is a resource that will really be able to serve a lot of folks from the Redmond, Bellevue, and larger east side communities. We know that people need permanent supportive housing on the east side of the county, and we know that we don't have it right now. And my last slide, a couple of key issues I want to raise. One is housing versus shelter. Both of these play an important role in our system. What we are talking about with health through housing is housing. A couple of key differences. Housing is a place where people are able to live for a longer time. It tends to have less turnover. People tend to be in a part of their journey towards housing that's a little bit more stable by the time they become housing eligible. And housing is something that a person has to pay 30% of their income for. If their income is zero, that 30% of zero is zero. But if they receive a benefit like Social Security or veterans benefits, for example, they'll have to pay 30% of those benefits as their income to be able to live in the housing. These facilities will have our highest level of service funding in the entire portfolio, a level of service funding that exceeds what we put into other permanent supportive housing projects right now. So these will be well supported. They will have 24/7 staffing and on-site access to healthcare and employment and housing counseling. One of our goals is to get people healthier while they live there and to help people move on when they can. And that this is the most effective intervention for the most people, and it's not the right intervention for every person. There are folks who will not be able to succeed in a health through housing building. What we will do then is transfer them, seek a more appropriate setting for them. It is possible to get kicked out of a building, although that's certainly not our goal. And normally we're able to work with people so that that doesn't become necessary, but it's certainly something that can happen. And that the reason why it is not something that has to happen very often is that we do have on-site individualized case management and planning for every resident of the building. So certainly that doesn't answer all questions, but wanted to get some of the basics of the program out there. Councilmember Balducci, that's what I had for a brief presentation.
Muted. Thank you very much, Leo. I think it's helpful to lay the groundwork for those who may not have seen or heard this before. Not everybody here has had the same background that some of you have. I see some frustration, but I'm very glad that we set that groundwork. I'm going to call a bit of an audible here because the chat is moving very, very quickly. Some of it is comments, some of it is questions. So instead of using the chat and having me read questions, I'm going to call on people who raise their hands. So let me close the chat. And so I'm just going to, if you want to speak, please hit the raise hand function. If you can't find it, please put your name in the chat and say you would like to speak, and we will try to call on everybody. And so I'm going to start with the first person who raised their hand, and that is Emily. If I click on that and says allow to talk, then I ask you to unmute. Sorry, you're my pioneer here. I'm trying to figure out how to let you speak. All right, staff. Originally, I clicked on allow to talk, and now I see that Emily is muted. there's a button that says ask to unmute, but when I click on it, nothing happens. Any advice? Emily, please hang on with us. We're gonna get this to work and then it will work for everybody.
I believe after you click ask to unmute, Emily will have to unmute herself.
Emily, are you able to unmute yourself? Can I ask people to please stop chatting for a moment? And I'm going to ask Emily if she can't unmute herself to write something in the chat. Let's get this technically correct so that we can get on to hearing from people. I don't think it's working because there's a red microphone with a line through it on my end, which suggests that it's muted on my end. I'm going to try somebody else. I want to find somebody that I know. I'm going to pick on a friend here. Elisa Chatinsky, I'm going to pick on you. If I can get you to stay in one place. Sorry, Carol Brown, I'm going to pick on you. Carol, can you speak?
I can speak. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you very much for being our test case. So I'm going to go back to the top now. Carol, I'm going to mute you again. And Emily, can you speak now? All right, so whoever is helping me here, Madeline, could you please take a note of people that we try to speak to that we don't succeed, so I'll try to come back to them later.
Yes.
The next person with their hand up is named Andrew. Andrew, are you able to unmute and speak?
You actually asked me to unmute.
I did, and then I asked Andrew to unmute.
Second.
I clicked unmute. Can you hear me?
We can. Very good.
Great.
Welcome. Please tell us who you are and say whatever you have to say.
Hi, my name's Andrew. I live in Bellevue. I'm an attorney. I just got the message, so me and my wife are here to check out the Zoom webinar about the housing. So our concern is that you're shipping homeless people from Seattle outside of the city, and there's no real solution to the problem of homelessness. You're just putting them in temporary shelters. So what is your success rate for helping these people to find housing on their own and become productive members of society? And I heard him, there's a lot of information here, so I'm just trying to sift through this, but I guess he's said that you're going to be spending a lot more money at this one. So are the other ones not working with the current level of funding? And so are you thinking that by spending more money, this will be more successful?
Okay, Leo, did you get that? I heard a number of questions in there. I'm going to let you try to answer them and I'll jump in too.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, Andrew. So to the first part of the question, something that we do hear a lot is the question around where are people coming from? There was something in the Seattle Times about a month ago, and it was a story about folks in Port Angeles, and a lot of folks in Port Angeles believe that the homeless people experiencing homelessness there came from Seattle. When we have these conversations in Seattle, people believe that folks are coming from other cities to Seattle. And when we have the conversations in suburban communities or other cities, we often hear that folks are coming from Seattle. What I think the data show is that we know that there are people experiencing homelessness in the East Side, in Redmond specifically right now. We know that there is not permanent supportive housing, there is some shelter. And so I think it is, if I were to sort of infer, I think the thing that is happening right now is that people on the east side of the county who need permanent supportive housing are actually leaving this part of the county, not the opposite direction here. And it's one of the things about having a facility like this in all parts of the county is that we'll have the ability to house people. We'll have the ability to house people in the communities where they have lived and where they became homeless. The question about why spend more money on services, it's one of the things that we really hear from the community is the importance of making sure that there are on-site services where we are housing people. And one of the things that's a constant struggle, frankly, is the ability to house in a sustainable way and serve in a sustainable way folks so that they are going to receive the most effective healthcare. I think this is really important. Behavioral health conditions are common in our society. In fact, statistically, somewhere around a quarter of us experience them with some frequency, but the vast majority of us experience them while we are housed and while we have access to healthcare. And I think a lot of what we see in folks who are unhoused is untreated behavioral health care, and what it looks like to not be able to sleep, something as basic as that. And so when we say that this is the highest level of services, what that is to say is we are confident that we'll be able to provide sustainable, predictable, on-site services at the highest level, because we think that that's what's going to help us be most successful at getting people into housing. You asked a question about—
So I guess I guess to narrow down my question here is, why do you think this is going to be successful, and what does success look like to you? So how many beds this is going to have? Maybe you can answer that. And how long is the stay for an individual? And then what percentage of individuals that you provide service to are then able to find housing on their own permanently?
This is I think you're asking a lot of the questions that actually come up a lot, Andrew. So unless the council member wants to jump in, I can take a couple of these in sequence.
Keep going. They're good questions. Although I have to say, after this, I'm going to have to get on to somebody else. There's just so many people who want to ask. Thank you. Sorry, Andrew. Thank you for understanding. But keep going, Leo.
We know housing works. So the data are actually super clear on this. I'll post a resource by a local organization called the Third Door Coalition into the chat. There is study after study after study that people get better at higher rates, that they cost less in terms of the care that's provided to them, that they are able to attain any number of personal goals better when they are housed versus when they're unhoused. There is a local and recent version of this study that was done by the University of Washington in the context of COVID. I'll also post that into the chat. But the data are very clear that housing is the most effective. And again, it is also the least expensive way to help and support people. What does success look like? Success looks like having a person who was outside, who was unsheltered, who had no access to a bathroom, and who had to sleep in a tent inside, receiving healthcare, has their own bathroom and can sleep. I do want to return to the fact that when we take a look at the definition, we are talking about folks who by definition will have a disabling condition or a disability and who have also been living outside. The typical rate that we see of what we call move on in a permanent supportive housing building is we have the building filled up, and we would expect the percentage of people who move into other permanent housing in a given year to be somewhere around 10%. Our goal is to increase that rate, and there is not a set time at which a person must move out. And I think this is really important. This is another place where the data are helpful. The federal government used to fund in a very big way something called transitional housing. And what transitional housing did was say, you have this long, and if you don't get new housing by the time this expires, then you have to move out. The idea was to see whether that served a motivating function so that people would seek additional housing. And what we found just in the data is that it actually forced more people than was acceptable back into homelessness. And what we instead see is that keeping people housed is the most effective way to get most of them, not living outside, which is the primary goal. And then B, that's how you get most people to be able to move into other housing.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Andrew. We're going to move on. I just want to say that we had planned coming into tonight that I would use the chat to identify questions. And that's what I said at the beginning, but the chat comments and questions are coming in too fast for me to follow them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down the line of people who have raised their hands. Please try to find the raise hand function. I see 20 people who have got their hands raised. I want to call on them first. Then when we get through as many people as want to personally speak, I will look for the types of questions and comments we may not have gotten to and cover those next. And we're just going to do the best we can. So I'm going to try with Emily one more time. She did get unmuted for a moment there and we could hear her talking in the background. So I'm hoping that the person whose name shows as Emily is able to unmute. Okay, it doesn't seem to be working. Also, once you've spoken, I'm going to lower people's hands so that I can look at a list of folks who just have their hands up. Carol, because I called on you earlier, you have been promoted to the top of the list by the Zoom function, so you get to go next. This is the benefit of being willing to be my pioneer and figuring out how the system works.
All right,
Go
thank you,
ahead, Carol.
Claudia. I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation, and I really appreciate what King County is doing, especially given the eviction moratorium being lifted and so many of our population who may be evicted in the next months. Do we have an estimate about how many people might actually be evicted in the King County area? And do we have an idea if the rental support that has been authorized by the federal government is being distributed both to landlords and renters to prevent sort of a mass eviction event?
Thank you for the question. So we have approximate data on total demand, which is a little bit of a euphemism. I think a clear way to say is we think it's about 60,000 households in King County who are behind on their rent right now. And a household could be one person or it could be 10 people. I think the average is down just over 2 people. We have rental assistance in King County, and it's been slow to get out. The changes from the federal government have enabled us to accelerate, and some changes are going on this week. Those changes include being able to provide advance payments to landlords, and so that has begun happening this week. And we've also had a chance to now institute some changes that sort of cut red tape, to speak casually about it. One of those is that tenants are now able to self-attest as opposed to providing specific ledgers to their eligibility and to the level of financial need, and landlords are now able to self-attest to both leases and ledgers. We think that we have sufficient funds right now to assist somewhere between 25 and 35,000 households with what has been appropriated, and are working feverishly to get that assistance out right now. And the next 2 months are going to be really important in that work.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Councilmember, I think you might be on mute right now.
I just unmuted somebody with the initials PB. Are you able to speak? PB with your hands raised. All right, I'm moving on to Elizabeth Maupin or Maupin. Okay. All right, something crazy just happened with Elizabeth. There you
Hello.
are. Welcome.
Hello. I have experience with being homeless in this area. I was unhoused in this area twice, living in my car. I've never been addicted to drugs or alcohol and never used illegal drugs. And I'd like to address the concerns about drugs near schools. I often work with people who are without housing and people who are at risk of homelessness. And most people who lose their housing stay as close as possible to home and their community for support. As far as drugs near schools is concerned, they're already present in the homes near the schools. It's not uniquely a problem of the homeless, but homelessness can be traumatic. And people will resort to alcohol and drugs to calm themselves and dull their pain. But housing has proven very helpful in making people feel safe enough to focus on recovery from both the trauma and the addictions. So I am really in support of what's being done. Thank you.
Thank you. very much, Elizabeth. The next person on the list with the hand raised is M.A. Seelig. You should be able to unmute and speak now.
Good evening. I'm Martin Seelig. I manage the downtown apartments from 1970 through 2007. It was a low-income apartment building. You mentioned having 24/7 staffing. The most essential part of staffing that you have to have is somebody in the lobby monitoring the building 24/7. Every person living in the building, or most every people living in the building, they're going to want to have visitors. And the visitors, people come to the door and they say, I want to go visit Elizabeth, or I want to visit Leo or Claudia. And somebody says, what room do they live in? I don't know what they live in. I just met them 2 days ago. Knowing who's coming into the building is essential. Otherwise, you got every pimp, every dealer, every prostitute in town want to come in there and sell their services. People like Elizabeth don't want those people living in the building. They want to stay safe, want to be able to sleep at night. My question is, when you talk about 24/7 staffing, does that include the essential lobby monitoring? The second item relates to management, and that's people who are going to be cleaning the place have to be people who live in the building, because they're the only ones who are motivated to keep the place clean and keep sloppy people from messing the place up. If you'd like to get my ideas after 37 years of managing a 240 unit building at 4th Avenue South and Main Street, I'll be happy to do them. Those are just a couple of the ones that I have. Staffing is essential, lobby monitoring. Please comment, Leo. I happen to be a Naval Academy graduate too.
I was with you until the end there, sir.
Before you were born.
I think you're completely right, sir. Staffing, we do know is important. We do, through this program, have the ability to staff 24/7 in the lobby. And that's something that's actually not available in all permanent supportive housing or affordable housing across the county right now. To your second point about upkeep or cleanliness, we actually get a lot of questions about this, and I think this is an area where there's complete agreement. Everybody wants the housing to be dignified, wants the housing to be clean, wants the housing to be sanitary. It's one of the big advantages of being able to live inside versus living outside. We're completely on board. We have the ability and will support the ability to fund upkeep of the property. The Redmond Hotel, for example, actually is a pretty nice location in terms of the greenery around it. And we've certainly heard from residents it'd be important to maintain that. And that's something that we are happy to make sure happens.
Leo, the other thing you got to have is guest policy. Everybody's got friends and they all want to move in with them for a long periods of time. You've got to restrict the number of guests and the length of time they're going to be there. Otherwise, they'll be there forever.
We will have on-site staffing, sir, as you said, and they will be monitoring who is coming in and out of the building. We'll be working with the provider in the city to get the specific policy in place that the operator will use at the building. But absolutely we'll be monitoring and be able to control from the operator's perspective who comes in and comes out. And as you said, sir, this is people's housing. And so they will be able to come and go from their housing as they need to.
This is the guests, people who want to stay overnight for a week at a time and more.
We got, I've been taking some notes about good ideas about ways to run the location safely and appropriately. And it reflects some of the email that we got as well. Concerns, Leo, just for your information about how do you manage couch surfing, that people aren't moving in roommates, that you're controlling the environment so that it's peaceful and manageable. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next person with their hand raised, and that is Housing Development Consortium. I believe you are able to unmute and speak now.
Hello, thank you, Councilmember Balducci and Leo for your presentations. Really comprehensive. We appreciate this platform. I do want to begin by thanking you for the work that you are doing and reminding you that when we advocated in partnership with many community-based organizations, we aimed for a goal of 1,600 units of supportive housing, and this is desperately needed affordable supportive housing in our region. So we have been excited to see the progress of purchases of hotels, including the one in Redmond, in particular in East King County, where the growth is really going to be massive. But I do want to focus my question on one most important aspect, which you touched on, Leo. You talked about the ethnic racial disproportionality that we know exists in homelessness. And we see this health through housing strategy as not only a powerful tool to change people's lives, but it's also a tool for us to reduce that racial disproportionality. Can you talk a little bit more about how this critical step in changing the reality of the disproportionality is really an area where you're prioritizing racial equity? Can you just unpack that a little more?
Thank you. So just to restate, we do have more folks here now. There is a consistent, long-standing disproportionality along race and ethnicity that shows up certainly in homelessness, but also shows up in who is incarcerated more, and who experiences poverty more, and who has the least access to behavioral or physical health care. And the two groups of folks who just are consistently overrepresented are Native American populations and Black African American populations. And again, the Native American population in King County is somewhere a little bit under 1% of our total population, despite this being originally the land that belonged to Native Americans. And they are somewhere between 7 and 15% of the people experiencing homelessness. And then the Black African American community is about 6 or 7% of the total county population and make up about 25% of the people who experience homelessness. And the fact that those disproportionalities are persistent really shows it's not a bug in the data. It's just a feature of our society. And so we are taking an approach saying that in not only bringing more than 1,000 people inside, we have to do that in a way that purposefully reduces the disproportionality that is the result of longstanding sort of social and governmental policies. And so with Health Through Housing, we'll be working with providers who can be welcoming to all folks, but are also welcoming to Native and Black communities who have expertise, who are representative of those communities. And then we'll be funding outreach that will specifically make sure that we're able to reach everyone. And that includes reaching folks who we historically have not been able to outreach very well. And that is in particular something that we really see with the Native community, where it requires a different approach and set of outreach to really reach them, build trust, and then be able to provide housing for them.
Thank you so much, Leo. And I do want to clarify for the folks in the chat that I work in East King County, and if I could afford to live in East King County, and I will live there. Thank you, Councilmember Balducci.
Thank you. Just to respond to some of the questions that I see about process, because this is a Zoom webinar, I understand that people on the call can't see the attendee list, but I will read out the next few names. I'm calling on them in the order that they are given to me on the participant list with raised hands. So the next person is going to be Leo, then Liz, Lucy, John, and Matthew Gelzer. And there's a lot more after that, but those are the next 5. So first, Leo. Leo, are you able to unmute?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I want to first say I definitely support housing for everybody. It's definitely a mental issue, causes more issues if you're not outside. But I'm more worried about how it be implemented. When I got to apartment, the first thing to do is get a background check. I feel like everybody should be to the same standards. Number 2, obviously they talk about drugs and alcohol problems, and it's not saying that there's not drugs and alcohol other places, but they shouldn't be on the streets. So is there going to be more enforcement preventing people from going there with those kind of issues, or having rules like 3 strikes you're out, or are they going to increase patrol in the streets by police officers? Because there's about 12 schools walking distance from that place. And again, I'm not saying that homeless people do drugs. I just need to make sure that everybody is held to the same standard and there's no alcohol and drugs on the streets, no matter who it is.
Thank you, Leo. And so the first part of your question is about whether or not we'll be doing background checks. And so one of the things that we do see in background checks, the way that they are used in some unaffordable housing or conventional housing, is that they actually exhibit a really clear racial ethnic preference for some people, and they screen out in ways that perpetuate disproportionality other people. And we are not going to just have folks at any of our health or housing buildings that we don't know anything about. One of the advantages of having on-site healthcare and behavioral healthcare is the fact that we will have the ability to do individualized case management that includes knowing people's medical history, not for the purpose of saying whether they are deserving or eligible for housing, but for the purpose of providing them care tailored to their needs so that we are able to provide effective treatment if that's necessary, to provide effective access to health care for people to be able to get healthy. It's the health through of the health through housing part. So what we have found is we want to get people inside, and this is the last part of your question, making sure that it's not, people who are using drugs or alcohol are not out on the streets. In many ways, the reason, the key thing is to provide people a place to be. It is true, and we want to speak plainly about this, that these are not facilities that require somebody to be sober before they enter. And legal, responsible use that's in compliance of the building's regulations of legal substances is allowed as long as it's done in a healthy way. Things that are illegal remain illegal inside of the building. But keeping folks in a place where they can be in their homes and are not out on the street is a really key feature of being able to house people, and a really key advantage of being able to house people is that we have them inside in a home of their own, as opposed to living literally on the streets.
I mean, I agree that people should be at homes, not in the streets. I fully support it. Again, I was hoping there's some kind of process to prevent extra crime, extra alcohol, extra drugs in the area, which, not that homeless people take it more, but in general, people who are not doing well or have issues end up using substances more often than people who are not. That's just based on data. That concerns me. And again, I still don't understand the reasoning of buying hotel walking distance from the schools. I mean, again, there's plenty of areas of housing. It does not have to be right next to small little kids walking around.
The thing I would add to what Leo Flor just said is one of the criteria that was important to me about this program is that we are working with jurisdictions, cities that we operate in, that are willing to have these facilities and will work with us. Because if you were to see problems, if you were to see an increase in some kind of criminal activity around the area, you need the police to work with us. And so we need to have that capability in case there is some kind of a problem in the area. I think that we are going to be able to do this without these kinds of problems. I suspect, by the way, we haven't gotten through the bulk of questions yet. We're going to keep going through all of them, but some of the questions I have seen have to do with the facility and the residents being good neighbors. And I'm very interested in how we have our operator work with the nearby neighbors and the surrounding properties to make sure that they have open communications, hear about any issues, and are able to work together to make sure this is a good fit in the community. That's important to me. That's something that Bellevue is doing at the Eastgate shelter, which will in the future, not as quickly as this, but also have some permanent supportive housing and affordable housing. So there's ways to do this that can make it a good fit in with the neighbors and make the neighbors be able to know they know where to go if they have questions or concerns. So the other question I heard there at the end from Leo was about the location. And I don't know that we have touched on that quite so much. And that is a very key question that people have, like, why this hotel in this location? And Leo Floor, I am going to, first of all, Leo, the commenter, I'm going to move on to the next person after you, if that's okay. So I'm going to put your hand down. Thank you. So there was a lot like, why this hotel, why this location? I will share with the folks listening what I understand about that, and then I'm going to invite Leo to say what he has to say. The King County Council's involvement in this program to date has been that we approved the funding, which means that we were willing to adopt funding and appropriate it for this purpose, knowing what the purpose was, supporting the purpose of getting up to 1,600 of the 6,600 or so people who are living on the streets off the streets. And I supported it partially because of the idea that we would put these resources in different locations around the county, so that when there is a homelessness problem in a particular location, as there is on the east side, there is in Bellevue, there is in Redmond, we have homelessness coordinators at both of those cities for a reason. We have a resource where people can go. People can go, there will be shelter, emergency shelter, which is a different thing. That will be in Eastgate for men. It is in Kirkland for women. It is in Redmond for youth and young adults. And for this sort of housing, which is part of the continuum of responding to people who need homes, we will have this resource for the people on the east side. I've seen a lot of questions and concerns about 15% being, it's only going to have 15% availability for east side people. That is incorrect. The law that authorizes this use of tax dollars says that you have to have like at least 15% available rooms for the local community. That's at least, that's a floor, not a ceiling. And my goal would be, it would be great if 100% of the hotel was used, because that would mean that the people who live in this area, who have their supports, many homeless people have jobs. If you go and meet them and like go down to congregations for the homeless and talk to people or serve dinner, they've got jobs, they work, and then they come back and sleep at the shelter because the jobs don't pay enough for them to live. So I just want to say that, all that to say, it's a resource and we want to have this resource in East King County. Having that in East King County means that we had to look for a building that has enough rooms, that has the right configuration. You don't want doors to the outside. That's very hard to manage. And that is in a place where there's a willing seller, meaning the property owner is willing to sell it. We weren't going to condemn people's property for this purpose, and a willing jurisdiction. That means there's not a ton of places that you can pick. We didn't pick a blank piece of ground and build something on it. So the locations are where they are, and it's on us to make sure that we can make them work. And so Leo, say what more you want to about the location piece, because that's something that comes up frequently.
Thank you. So our parameters, as the council member mentioned, we had to have a city that was willing. We did have to have a buyer, or excuse me, a seller that was willing. We were looking for places with interior hallways and places that had more than 50 rooms and no more than 150 rooms. And so the council member is correct that when you overlay that, there's not a lot of options. And then we wanted to make sure that they were distributed across the county. And then we wanted to make sure that when we were purchasing hotels, so that these were locations that were already being used for folks to come in. I think it is true in all the jurisdictions that when these were operating as hotels, they were less, we were less aware of what was happening in those facilities than we will be with 24/7 staffing, with publicly funded services that are available within them. And then the other important fact about seeking places that were operating as hotels or apartments, which there's one in Pioneer Square that's a new apartment building, is that these are conforming uses for the existing zoning, that we wouldn't need to seek a rezone of a property in order to use it or to continue being able to use it for people to live in.
Thank you. And we're going to try to move a little faster because there are a number of people who want to speak. And next, as I said, was Liz, followed by Lucy, John, and Matthew Gulzer, I want to say. But Liz is first, and you should be unmuted.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Liz, and my husband and I have 2 kids. We live back behind Highland Middle School, so very near this location. We've lived here for 20 years, and I have 2 issues that I wanted to share. As Bellevue residents, we have frustration with placement in Redmond. That's known. I think you already know that. But our frustration is a lot of people feel helpless and unheard here. So the question is, how can we have a say? I know that this is happening. We know that it is in place, but the big question is, what recourse do we have? Because if there are safety issues, what recourse do we even have? And I know there's been talk of, oh, we'll work with the operators and things like that, but I'd like to find out, how can we have an influence or a say or a view into who the operators and who the vendors even are, so that RFP process, we'd like to see that. But really the question is, how will it be implemented? And then how will we have recourse? So that's what we're really worried about. And I talked to many, many, many people, and they have that same concern. So we know it's coming, we know it's a done deal, but how can we affect implementation so that it's a better thing? And it's a better thing for the neighborhood, and it's a better thing, period. That's what we're really worried about.
Thank you. So I think that there are 2 or 3 things, Leo, I'd like you to speak to here. One is what specific decisions remain to be made about operations, and how can the public have input into those decisions as requested?
Wonderful. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Liz. And I hear in your question where I think most people are, which is, caring about everybody involved in here and wanting to know how to make something like this successful. The decisions yet to be made. So one is who will the provider be? We are very open to what that process can look like with the city of Redmond. And we'll, it's a practice that we have in other RFPs where we involve a community panel that might be able to provide advice on applications. And I think that's part of a point of process and specific influence that we'd be open to here, as well as, and we'll be in contact with the city of Redmond about how we might establish a group like that. But I think it's a really good example of a place where there are absolutely important decisions to be made still. A second one is what is the good neighbor agreement? And that's a name that we use, but it's really what is the system that we'll set up and the common understanding between the operator of the building, the residents in the building, and the residents in the community, so that there is communication. One of the things that I've heard in a lot of comments that really resounds with me and that I agree with is that we shouldn't require the neighborhood to be the alarm system, was the way that it was written in several emails to me today. And I think we agree. We want to be able to identify issues before they become big and widespread, and then to address those. And I think one of the things that we do is we have monthly meetings for as long as people want to have them between the operator and local community groups where folks can provide input. Sometimes they can provide critiques, and what we find is sometimes they also seek ways to support or to help. And that is another ongoing point of process. It would be disingenuous of me, and certainly not what anyone expects, to say like this facility will be perfect from day one and there will never be an issue. Like all complex things, there will be issues, and the way to solve those is by having who to call in the community, that you have direct access to the operator, that you don't have to sort of twist and turn through a lot of bureaucracy to talk, and that you have common and recurring forums in order to provide feedback and input, as opposed to needing to wait for an emergency to sort of form before you can have the conversation. So we're committed to doing all of those things. Liz, and we will publish information in partnership with the City of Redmond about when we start the RFP process and what the opportunity for community involvement would be, whether that is review of applications or suggestion of decisions of things that we should consider in that decision.
I don't know if I'm still on mute or not, but one quick follow-up. Because we're Bellevue residents, we feel like we are not heard by Redmond. So that is part of the frustration too. So if we can somehow have a voice, then great, but we don't know how to do it.
This is something that I'm going to raise as well in my work, because I represent Bellevue and Redmond, and I've been pointing to this in this location since the beginning, because it is located in Redmond, and Redmond's the permitting jurisdiction, but it is sort of at the tippy point of Southwest Redmond, and it is surrounded by Northeast Bellevue. So I will take that on as something that I will work on to see how we can make sure that Bellevue has more of a say, even though they're not the permitting jurisdiction, so they don't have that lever. Bellevue and Bellevue residents should be involved. I don't want to suggest that DCHS hasn't worked with them, they have, but I would love to advocate for more of a role for the City of Bellevue as we go forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next person is Lucy. I'm clicking on allow to talk. There
Can
you
you hear
are.
me?
Are you able to speak?
Yes, I'm trying to speak, but can you
We can
hear
hear you.
me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I have a couple questions. First, the homeless hotel will host people with mental issue to stay in a place that has 12 schools within 1 mile. I know the question was brought up previously, but I don't think Leo has answered that directly. And then we are especially concerned that drug and alcohol is allowed in the site. As an elected officer, I wanted to ask, did you ever consider the safety of our kids? And then the second question is, Leo mentioned there's a 24-hour maintenance guy. What can the maintenance guy do besides monitor the resident in the hotel? Will he be able to stop the resident if there's a shouting, swearing at night? What if the resident is just doing something inappropriate out of the facility in the front door or just in the neighborhood? Will the maintenance guy do? And then also, I wanted to see if the criminal rate is increased in the neighborhood. How would King County reassess the cases? And then how would King County assure that the community has a channel to voice our concern? Because this hotel, before the purchase was announced, the whole thing was in secret without any public input. We didn't know that as a Bellevue resident, we didn't know that there is going to be a homeless hotel that allowed drug and alcohol in our neighborhood until we see that in the newspaper. We have attended the Redmond Council meeting, and I think the mayor just trying to ignore us and then without answering any of our concern or just give us some announcement that was written. So the frustration I have is as a resident, our voice, our concern is completely being ignored.
So I'll start a little bit. There's a lot in there, and you are listing out a number of concerns that have been reflected in the communications that have come into my office. I will say that quite a bit of the questions start from the premise that every single person in this building will be dangerous. That's not the case. These are people who need homes. And so to say that this can't be in a place where there are families or children, everywhere in King County, there are families and children. On the streets of King County in homelessness, there are families and children. And so the way to make our communities safer and more humane is to give people a place to come in from out on the streets. That makes us safer. People are safer and stabilized. And this is what we found with the idea of health through housing, is that if you give somebody a door where they can sleep with their eyes closed, with both eyes closed, as they say, and store their belongings, they can start to stabilize and they can be healthier in their own lives. They can address issues that they may have with mental or behavioral health. They can start to focus on other things like looking for jobs or more permanent, more stable housing or whatever they may need to do. And so the whole purpose of this facility is to support public safety and welfare. It's not to undermine it. So
Sorry to interrupt you. Is this place is for the family, for the children, or is that mostly for people who has a mental issue?
my point is that when you allow the men in this facility to come in off the street, it makes the community safer for everyone. They're here now. They're living out there now. They're living among our communities, among our children, near our schools. This is a place to bring people in off of the street. So that's what I meant when I said that. But there were a number of other questions in there. And Leo, I don't know if you want to try to talk to them a little bit about the other questions that she was asking. About drugs and alcohol in the facility, about if there's something going on that's disruptive either in the building or outside the building. I'm not sure I caught all of the questions, but there's quite a number of them.
Yeah, and also I think you haven't answered my question about how would you ensure the safety of our kids? Because there's 12 schools within the 1 mile distance.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you're making an assumption that that providing housing for people who are living in homelessness will cause a safety problem. I don't accept that. I don't accept that premise. I think bringing people in from off the streets improves public safety for the surrounding community as well.
No, my
Please go ahead,
assumption
Leah.
is based on the fact that the drug and the alcohol is allowed in the hotel.
Okay, I'm going to ask Lito to speak to drugs and alcohol in the hotel and the other things that you raised.
Thank you, and thank you, Lucy. The first part of your question was mental health, and would we limit use, or why would we not limit use to folks who have mental health conditions or behavioral health conditions? A lot of the folks that we want to house do have behavioral health conditions, not all, but a lot do. In many cases, those behavioral health conditions or mental health conditions are related, we think, to being outside. Some of them are underlying, but what we certainly saw with the University of Washington study, and I think is intuitive to most people, is if you get a chance to sleep securely night after night, that can do wonders for your mental health and your ability to sort of compose yourself in and of itself. It is also true that right now there is no limitation on the ability of anybody to live in any housing near a school that says that they cannot have a behavioral health condition, cannot use drugs, or cannot drink alcohol. Statistically, I certainly don't know the people who live in every house. There are people who live in houses near schools across King County right now who use drugs and alcohol and who have behavioral health conditions. And the reason why that doesn't cause widespread issues, or part of the reason that that doesn't cause widespread issues, is because housed people are able to maintain health in a way that unhoused people are not. We are trying to bring inside people who do live outside right now. And we know that the best way to help people who live outside reduce their use of drugs, reduce their use of any number of unhealthy behaviors that they may have, and not all do, is to house them. And I'll repost something that I put in the chat earlier, but there is study after study after study that if you want to help a person who is unhoused reduce their drug use, reduce their alcohol use, cost less to the system, and just be in better health, you have to house them. And I think it makes sense to most of us that you can't go through something important or transformative if you're living outside and unable to sleep or have to sign up to use the bathroom in a shelter. What will staff be able to do on site? So it won't just be maintenance people. We'll have employees of our operators who are trained in things like de-escalation. And I think something that we see is you will have people in the community at this facility who are trained on how to de-escalate folks who will be in behavioral health crisis, and they'll be there 24/7. And so you'll have a facility that will be staffed, not with maintenance people, although I think maintenance people perform an important function, but who instead have the training, the ability, and the experience to help people come back inside if they are outside, to help de-escalate people. And I think that actually turns out to be a really good way to help both the people being housed and the people who are in the surrounding community to feel safer.
Okay, I want to move on to the next person, and that's John. John, are you there? And can you go ahead and unmute?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I tuned in a little bit late, didn't get the whole thing, and I'm simply thinking about from the problem solution aspect. I think that there's a tons of risk, and I'm not an expert. I don't know, but I think that there's just tons of these, and I'm not sure if you guys figure out everything. And so my basic question, or I think there are 2 points. One is that so from the problem side, and I don't feel like we have so many homeless people on the east side. And now you are building a hotel for, I don't know what the capacity is. You can give me the number for that. And it sounds like a massive number put to here. And I wonder if this is just for the people in our community, or they're coming from all over the place. So that's number one. And second thing is that I think that the council mentioned building these and host these and operating on those are kind of cheap place to do. I'm confused about that, and because this site is not a cheap place. So I was wondering what's your evaluation process, which say the host what, how many number of these homeless people, and that's yeah, I'm not very informed like other people raise the voice about, and we're not really informed enough to give you enough feedback, because this is a very unsettling for us to know that we suddenly use the taxpayer money and to host this massive service that is so much of a uncertainty for our own safety. And yeah, those are the questions for now. And thank you.
Thank you. I'm again not sure I got them all. I'll try my best. But your first question was about where people would be coming from to use the health through housing site in Redmond. It has been. I know you said you came in a little late.
Bellevue as well.
And Bellevue, right? So this has been addressed, but I'm glad you brought it up, because I see in the chat that people keep raising this issue. There's a state law that says how the funding source that's being used for this program can be used. And it says that there's a target of at least 15% of the people being served have to be from the area where the location is. That's a target of at least 15%. So to say 85% will be from somewhere else is incorrect. And I would like us to see us make this work for much more than 15% from this area, because I think that with this resource on the east side, we can address a large chunk, almost like a lot of, almost a majority of the service population on the east side who has these needs. And the number of people who were living unsheltered, the best data we have is from what's called the point in time count. It's known to be an undercount. But the last count we have showed that there were, I think I said 466 earlier. I believe it was that showed 446 people living unsheltered in East King County. So the size of the problem in East King County is, I think, tailored well to the size of this solution. And it is my intent to advocate that we set up a system where there is a priority, and most of the people here are being served from here. So we're actually taking people who are living outside in East King County and giving them a roof overhead.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. And so just want to make sure I understand you correctly. The people that we're going to host are at least 15%, but sounds like that number, so it sounds like that most people, I don't know the number, and are going to be coming from the outside of the east side. So we're hosting the people, the homeless people from other city. Is that correct?
I'm happy to jump in. So it will be complete success from my perspective, and it is my goal as the person who's responsible for the overall operation of this program, for if we can get all of the rooms to host eligible people from the east side of King County, I think that that would be wonderful, and that we have some specific strategies to try to achieve as many people as we can who are eligible and who will come from the east side, including that will fund outreach.
I'm sorry. Okay, so this is not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is that the question in my mind, if I walk around right now, I don't see that many homeless people, but now the homeless people you're projecting are going to be way more than that. So I'm asking you that a simple fact. You are hosting lots of people from outside of our east side to here. Is that true or not?
That's not our goal. That's not our goal. Our goal is to house the people from the east side.
Sorry, so I'm getting, I know it's not your goal. Is that what you're gonna do?
I understand your question, John, and it's a factual one. There's currently nobody residing in the hotel, so there's nobody there right now. We do have a minimum. We are going to institute a number of strategies, including focused outreach, to bring people from the, who are experiencing homelessness in the east side to this facility. We had a speaker earlier who mentioned that most people will stay near where they became homeless because that's where their communities are, and they want to stay there as they get housed. I think there's also a really important thing just to surface here. And the east side of our county is a beautiful example of this. And it's the question of how do you say where a person is from? We in King County right now are a really thriving county. And we have a lot of people who weren't born here or who moved here. And it's one of the things that makes our county strong. And it's a beautiful thing, particularly about the east and south parts of our county, where we have high number of people who have come to the county over the course of their lives. People who are experiencing homelessness don't have homes by definition. They don't have addresses by definition. Again, I mentioned earlier, we hear quite a bit, the folks from Port Angeles think they came from Seattle. The folks in Federal Way think they come from Seattle. The folks in Seattle think that they're coming from Bellevue. The folks in Bellevue think they're coming from Seattle. From my perspective, working at King County, those are all versions of trying to, of not seeking responsibility. We have to take responsibility for the fact that we have 6,000 people who live and sleep outside every night right now, and that number will grow. None of us like to see it. None of us like to know that there are other humans living in that condition. And this is the evidence-based strategy that we have, that we know works to reduce unsheltered homelessness. And there is none of this. There is no permanent supportive housing currently in the east side of the entire county. And we know that the east side has people who are experiencing homelessness. I think if what I infer from that is, if anything, right now, other parts of the county are receiving folks from the east side, because if you will concede that there are people who need permanent supportive housing, and you'll concede that there is none on the east side, then they are either staying homeless or they are going to other parts of the county. And this is why this is a really important facility for us to be able to bring to this part of the county and several others as well.
Okay, just really quick for the second question I had, that you mentioned cheap for doing this, and I didn't remember what exactly for, but I heard a couple of times. So east side is not a cheap place, and let alone the east, the real estate and all the other services. Now you put this big project here, and I'm wondering how do you evaluate and make a decision that how many people are you going to put into this city, that city? Is there an evaluation process in place?
Yeah. So
in terms of number, sorry.
Cost questions are super important. With cost, it's how much does it cost and who bears the cost. What we know right now is that we as a society are bearing an extreme level of cost for treating folks who are unhoused, either in emergency rooms or in jails. And we know that that is more expensive than any other type of intervention. And we know that it is less effective than housing as an intervention. So one way to take a look at cost is it is cheaper and it is more effective and it is better for people to house them instead of incarcerate them or to send them to receive medical care in an ad hoc way in an emergency room.
Yeah. Sorry, I understand this one in that level. Generally, I understand it. What I don't understand is that how do you decide how many people you're going to put into Bellevue, into Redmond, Kirkland. So how do you come up that number?
Right now, so I think this is really important. As a general matter, we don't go to anybody and say, you must go to this housing unit. We don't compel a person to go into housing in any one place. So people choose. And we do know that there are 0 people in permanent supportive housing in Bellevue, Redmond right now who are adults. And we know that there are people who need it. As the council member mentioned, our best data are that there are more than 400 people who are living unsheltered right now. One question that you asked, where there's a very forward factual answer, is that there are 144 rooms in this hotel. And so this hotel will offer fewer rooms than there are people experiencing unsheltered homelessness in the east side of the county right now. And our goal is to be able to provide the right amount relative to the number of people experiencing homelessness in every part of the county so that people can stay where their homes are when they're being housed.
Okay, so I have unmuted the next person, with apologies to John. We do have 26 people with their hands up. I'm going to take a brief moment to let you know who they all are so that you know where you are in line if you've been waiting. The next person who I'm going to call on in a moment is Matthew Gelzer. Then there's somebody named John, Hal Ferris, Vladimir, Grace G, Furong Lee, Paula Gelzer, Sergey, Tony, Ann Osterberg, Naveen Goli, Jose G, initials PB. I think you might have spoken already, so I may call on other people first. Max, the name here is I'm Mom, Gail Keneally, Amy, Con Q, Move Redmond, Cindy Drushba, Dave K, Sarah, Rachel Wang, Chris, Andy S, Lily, Sarat, Paul, and Paul. That's the 28 people that currently have their hands up. So Matthew Gelzer, please go ahead.
Thank you, Councilman Balducci. I want to change the maybe flavor of what we're talking about a little bit, or hopefully just ask in a different way. There are a lot of people within a mile of where I live in Southeast Kirkland that are homeless, experiencing homeless, living in cars. And everyone I've met is a good person. You know, it breaks my heart that they're out on the street. What can we do as a local community to support the success of this program? Because I don't think I've heard that question yet. Is that I mean, the goal here is to get people from the street into housing, and then from housing, from the county housing to a permanent housing solution where they can be self-supporting. So what can we do as a community to help them along that journey?
Thank you for the question. That is a big question, actually. It's going to take a lot of different things in order to fully solve our housing challenges. And they range from homelessness to housing instability, because lots of people who have homes are not stably housed, especially with the rental increases that we see around here, through affordability for people with jobs who just simply can't afford to live here. It's so expensive that the East Side is rapidly becoming an exclusive community where people who work here teach our children, serve our meals, do all kinds of jobs that we need. Police, firefighters. We had a police chief leave Bellevue for another city largely because he couldn't afford a house here that he wanted. So we have to work. There's a wide range of things we need to do. And there's so many ways you could get involved if you were choosing to. One is to just sort of do what you're doing, like speak to the issue, be a person who says that you're willing to support efforts to house people in homelessness. People volunteer, people give money. I'm sorry, I work out of my kitchen, and so sometimes this happens. But we also need to talk about permanent housing. We need to talk about, we have had a lot of jobs, and we're having tremendous job growth in East King County with Amazon bringing 10,000 new people, the expansions at Microsoft and lots of other places. housing is not keeping up. And so the costs go up and up and up and up. And we are going to continue to have major problems with our seniors being able to live here, our young people being able to stay here if we can't do something about housing affordability. That means allowing more housing to be built. That means talking to our city councils about doing the things we need to do to make sure we're a welcoming community. I don't know if you were thinking that broad, but that was what your question brought up for me, Leo. I don't know if there's anything that you want to add to that.
I just add that we can solve big problems, and our region showed this actually recently, at least in a relative way, with COVID. We as a region have performed, and by perform I mean saved more lives than any other major metropolitan region on the continental United States, while others have not. And I think it's a really interesting question, and I won't propose to answer this conclusively here, but what made that possible? I think one is we had a real sense that we were not going to leave anyone behind, and that we were all in this together, and that there weren't, other people, but that we were all interconnected. Two is we, in a way that many other communities did not, embrace data and embraced evidence, and really preferred that over anecdote or preference. And I think that has proven to really work. And three, we had a number of strategies that really intentionally reached out and attempted to support people who had the least access. So we found it unacceptable that we were going to under-vaccinate racial ethnic groups that didn't have access to healthcare. And now we have the lowest rates of disparity in vaccine and therefore in death among large populations. And so I think it's a little bit of answer by analogy, but we can do hard things when we work together, when we don't sort of segment off from each other, and when we embrace and follow evidence, and when we embrace and follow, we say follow the science. And homelessness is interesting in that the data about what works is actually really clear and it's really available. And we'll share more of it here, but the evidence is there for us to follow.
I'm gonna move on. I apologize, but there are a number of people waiting, if that's okay. I unmuted John.
Oh, sorry. I don't know how I come up again.
Okay.
I spoke already. Appreciate you gave me another chance, but let other people talk.
Thank you so much, John. I appreciate your patience and your flexibility. So the next person is Hal Ferris.
Yes, Councilmember Balducci, can you hear me?
Can, thank you, Hal.
Yes. Thank you very much for your leadership on this issue and for your leadership for all of us on the East Side. I've lived in Bellevue for 35 years now and been active as a volunteer for affordable housing. Just for example, our church at St. Andrew's Lutheran Church, which is by Bellevue College, we have frequently hosted through congregations of the homeless men that have come in. Before COVID, they would sleep overnight and they would leave in the morning. Many of them went off to jobs. Others went to other places during the day. At one point, just as COVID was really hitting us in February of 2020, it was our month to have the congregations for the homeless, and they ended up being there for 8 months because they couldn't go anywhere else, and most of them had lost their jobs. These homeless men were polite. They treated our facility with respect, and it wasn't nearly as good of a residential facility as a hotel would be, but we didn't have, as a congregation, we could not use our church as a congregation. And so we felt it was the right thing to do to make that available to the homeless men that otherwise would not have had any place to go at any point in time. And we had nothing but a good experience. It was well managed and it had 24/7 services. And when I went to serve meals before COVID had, and they allowed volunteers to come in and serve meals, you wouldn't have known the people walking into the church to sleep in our fellowship hall on a bedroll were people that were homeless. They looked like members of our community, which they are. And so I don't think a lot of the fear factors over what people think this population might be are founded very well, because they really are part of our community and we're with them all of the time and we don't realize it. And I'll go further to say that this is the first step, is providing a safe, clean place for people that don't have a place to live, and it allows them to get on their feet, which is what they want to do. But the next step is still to provide permanent housing for them that's affordable, which we have a long way to go on that. And I know Councilmember Balducci, you've worked on that for probably decades. But but we still have a lot of work in that effort. And I hope we can all gather around both this issue, but also how do we solve the longer term affordable housing issue. And that I'd love to hear a response that might be there on that, but that isn't the topic for tonight. But I do want to share what other might dismiss the fears that other people have over this population. Thank you.
Thanks, Hal. I appreciate that. And yes, we could have a number of conversations about housing affordability, but if it's okay, I'm going to move on to the next person. Vladimir, I am unmuting you so that you can speak. I'm trying again. There, that should work.
Okay, thank you for listening. I want to ask a couple of questions, and pretty much first question is about background checks. So I was told that this background check somehow is politically incorrect or whatever. So my question is, are they going to be there like a sex offenders, people who supposed to be registered if they live in the area? How you going to like enforce the registering? Because I think as a community we want to know if there will be dangerous people living there, and I don't think that you will be able to do this without background check. Second question is, you're telling that bringing people to housing from the street make community safer, but you are not mentioning that pretty much you're bringing homelessness people from like everywhere around. Maybe you make like all community safer, but this specific location you definitely making more dangerous. And I'm not telling that all the people there are dangerous, but it's enough to have like a couple of dangerous people who can hurt our kids. So that's why like it's a big question why exactly it's in the middle of 12 schools pretty much. Who thought that it was a good idea? Like put at least in some place when there is no schools or kids who can be affected. Like, and when you're talking about that it's more cost efficient, like we don't really care if it's even not most cost efficient, but it will be healthy for our kids. It's better choice. Second, it's definitely was not voted on. So the question is, who exactly is responsible for this decision? We want to know like specific people. And the question is, if there will be, if something will happen with my kids, for example, who can I hold legally liable for this? Because it's definitely somebody's decision, and I want answer. I want to know specific people. And then the last question is, so as I told, this specific area will be definitely more dangerous because you bring people from all around. So how are you going to make schools safe? Are you going to bring like armed resource officers there? Like how are you going to protect kids in schools? Like, do you have any solution for this? Like, have you thought about the safety of the kids around the area? Or you just thought that you just build a hotel, you will look good for like politically, I don't care. Like, I just want to know like, how are you going to make kids safer who are around this area? Thank you.
Thank you. So I got 3 questions and we will attempt to ask them. So the first one is, if not doing background checks, how will we enforce the sex offender registry regulations? Leo, can you speak to that, please?
Thank you, Vladimir. So the hotel will be subject to the exact same restrictions under state law, and if there are any under city law on who is required to register and where folks who are under particular types of supervision may live. So the facility won't be more restrictive than the surrounding housing or less restrictive than the surrounding.
How are you going to check this?
It's registration requirements are enforced by law enforcement agencies when they have supervision over particular people, and this is we are not going to have the staff at the facility acting as law enforcement on this issue, certainly.
I understand by law they should be registered. If they live there, they should be registered, and community needs to know about it. Like, we want to know this.
There's registration requirements, there's notification requirements, and they are managed by the King County Sheriff's Office. And so, Leo, if we don't have the exact mechanism how we're going to do that communication, because we are going to be required to. We're going to be required to identify if there are any registered sex offenders in our population. We're going to be required to notify the Sheriff's Office so that they can do their regular check-ins and do their required notifications to the community. So I want to make sure that we're very clear on how that's going to happen because it's required by law.
Absolutely.
Okay. By the way, I live on a street here in Bellevue where we once had 2 of the highest level sex offenders living together in a house just down the street with our little children up and down the street. This is not just a problem with multifamily buildings or with buildings that house people who have been in homelessness. They're
I understand, but at least you knew that they live there. And if in homelessness camp or this building, there will be people who will not just let you know this. How are you going to check this?
Yeah, no, I got it.
We will be completely unaware.
We're going to follow up on this question because as it hasn't opened yet, we don't have the operator yet. We need to, before it opens, be very clear how we're going to meet our obligations to notify the community if we have a registered sex offender who is sent there. Truthfully, I want to know if registered sex offenders can even live there because it's close to a daycare center. And I think that there are restrictions around that. So these are something we're going to have to figure out. Okay. The second set of the second question was about concentration. Yes, there are people living out in homelessness in East King County, but you're going to get a group of people who are living in one place. And does that present a specific challenge to that area, and how are we going to deal with that if so? So Leo, I'm going to let you speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I do. This is a place where when a person becomes housed, they are a housed person. And a lot of what I hear in the question is, what does it mean to take folks who, when they were unhoused, might have had particular behaviors or conditions, and then put them all in one place? And I think one of the key parts of the answer is that by housing folks, we really believe and know in the data that we're actually alleviating a lot of the conditions that cause a lot of behaviors that some folks might observe and not like.
Well, I'm sorry, but there is too many trust and belief. I need some factual evidences.
Absolutely.
Let me jump in here because I want to say something. There's a lot of assumptions being made here. We're making assumptions that the people coming here are going to be criminals. That is not an assumption that is backed by evidence.
Well,
however,
first of all, I didn't do this
I'm sorry, Mr. Vladimir, I'm speaking now. Let me speak and then I'll call on you again. We do know that we need to plan. We need to plan for contingencies. We need to plan not just for the best, but we need to plan for things that can go wrong. And we will, and we must, and we need to work with the community in doing that as well. And I am committed to doing that, but I'm not going to accept the assumption that all the people who move into housing because they are currently unhoused are somehow a danger to the community. These are our neighbors. They live here now. I know many of the people who live here chronically homeless. I see them on the buses. I know some of them by name. I talk to them. Maybe some of you do too. They're challenged. They have health challenges. They may have drug and alcohol challenges. The people who are most at risk are the people living in homelessness. They are at risk of dying. Many people have died on the streets of Bellevue and Redmond because of homelessness and exposure, or being run over, or being crushed in a dumpster because they were looking for a warm place to sleep and didn't get out before the truck came in the morning. I just need to push back a little bit on the suggestion that this is going to be a crime hotel. I also want to push back on the suggestion that it is a safe injection site like the signs outside my house my neighborhood say, and all over the east side say, it's not a safe injection site. It is housing for people who need housing, who will do better when they have housing. And I wish that we would welcome people into our community and engage with them, because that will help improve safety for our children and our families. If we know each other, if we know when something's wrong in our community, that improves safety. Okay, so I've said my say, and now it's your turn, Vladimir. Please say whatever you have to say back to me.
Thank you for pushback, but I think in my question, I stated that I don't think that everybody is criminal, but it's enough a couple of them to hurt people badly. And this is not an overstatement, I'm sorry. And
Okay.
I'm envisioning like people in area thinking about going and getting like concealed permits now because of situation. But you didn't address my question about how you're going to react still for the school safety.
So we do not anticipate that there will be a problem with school safety because of this facility. And we will maintain relationships with the folks who provide public safety within both Redmond, which is the permitting and hosting jurisdiction, but also within Bellevue, so that we are proactive about dealing. That's what we do at the tent encampment, which people believe that there was going to be terrible safety problems at the schools from Tent City 4, and that has just not materialized. It never happened. We heard so many of these same things back then, but that just never happened. And then finally, you did ask one question that I want to answer, because it is a fair question that you should know the answer to, and that is, who's responsible if something goes wrong? If an agency, any agency, a private owner, a government, anybody, invites activity on their property, and that activity causes harm to somebody else because we are negligent or because we've somehow violated our responsibility to the public, we're responsible. King County will be responsible. And that's who you come to. So I wanted to make sure I said that. I'm going to move on to the next person, who's Grace G now. Please go ahead.
Hello, I got two questions here I ready to say on behalf of my wife. The first one, like, we want to talk a bit about assumption, right? We're definitely making a statement that everybody in the hotel is going to be criminals, but we also know that it's likely that this hotel is going to be hosting drug injections, as well as registered sex offenders, right? So just based on statistics, we know these are usually related with criminals, right? So the first question really is, when we make the decision to pick places, what measure have we been put in place to ensure the safety of the surroundings there? And we talk about assumptions. What we heard, there is also assumption that just by putting people in the housing, it is going to reduce it is going to reduce crime. But we also would like to see the proof behind that assumptions as well, right? So if we look at similar housing projects that are hosting drug users and sex offenders, what was the criminal rate in the surrounding area before and after? Historically, I'm sure there are going to be data around that. So that was the two questions.
Thank you. I don't know what to call you, but thank you, sir. I think this is a similar discussion that we were just having, and I do not believe that it is correct to say that this type of housing is correlated with criminals, registered sex offenders, or drug injection sites. It's not a drug injection site, first of all. I just can't say that enough. It's not a drug injection site. There had been discussions about the idea in King County of creating safe injection sites as a means to respond to the opioid, especially the heroin epidemic. Those have not been implemented, and this is not one of those. And so illegal drugs hotel, just as they are illegal inside my home, inside your home, inside any apartment building. I do want to follow up on how we're going to manage with registered sex offenders, because that's a legal requirement that we have to manage correctly. And so that is a follow-up question that I want to make sure we have nailed down and communicate very clearly to the public before we're ready for operations. And so the question of safety at schools. We are going to work with the local communities, including the police departments in those communities. We will have open lines of communication with the schools and with the community in order to make sure that we understand if there's any problems emanating from this site that need to be dealt with. And if there are, they will be dealt with the same way we have done in the rotating shelter in Bellevue that was often at different locations where people had these same concerns. And Congregations for the Homeless, who was the manager of that facility, is the manager of that facility, has dealt with individual issues that have occurred outside that shelter for men. 100 men or so they house every night. They have not seen the kinds of concerns or results that people are talking about here today. I'm going to move to now Furong Lee, and I'm sorry I'm moving a little faster, but we're coming up to 8 and I want to get through everybody if we can. Furong, can you speak?
Yes, can you hear
Please
me?
go ahead. Yes.
Okay, thanks for giving me the opportunity and to speak here. Thank you all put another effort and to explain the reasons or the motivation. But I really do still have several questions. I mean, I have heard Leo talk about that another research has already shown it's successful to housing the homeless people. But is there any real world evidence or example and to testify that would be the best solution? And my second question is that homeless people actually can be divided into different groups. For example, some people might are hard worker, but due to some reason they lost their home, or maybe some of them they have mental issues or they are drug addicts or something like that. So is there any strategy and to separate them from each other? I mean, housing them differently. The third question is that not only provided housing for people, I mean, whether there's other solutions to add, for example, to give them job opportunities, and so the homeless people will feel happier and because they can achieve something. That's the questions I have. Thank you for answering ahead of time.
Leo, can you give a shot?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So to take them in reverse order, we will have on-site employment counseling and housing counseling for folks who can to be able to get employment. And again, some folks are already employed. You can be employed and still be at 30% or below of the AMI in this county. But we will have the ability for some folks to get employed. I also want to, be candid that there are some folks who will, have a disability and employment won't be an appropriate goal for them. Some folks, a large number of folks experiencing chronic homelessness are seniors, are older, and just as at some point we don't expect seniors to continue to work for a living, and there are other ways that we support them in the community. That is the same with folks experiencing homelessness. So some folks won't get jobs, and there may be a variety of reasons for that, and some people will. And for those who want it, it will absolutely be available. I think another part of what you were asking in your question is what the proof is. And so I will repost a link to a set of studies. It's collected by a local organization called the Third Door Coalition. I think in fairness, so you know the source, that is a group that advocates for housing as being an effective solution. I am unaware of any substantial or consistent studies that show that providing housing is bad for solving homelessness. I do think it's a fair question about what type of housing, and that can really matter. And that's where the discussion about services is really important. And we know that it is not just providing housing, it is making available the services on site so that we can provide treatment. And when you combine those two things in a way that permanent supportive housing does, we find that there's a really potent effect where we're able, it is the most effective thing for the most people, not only to end their homelessness, but to improve their behavioral health.
Okay, thank you, Leo. I'm going to take a moment and start asking a few questions that came in either in advance of the meeting or that have been put in the chat. We've had staff trying to collect the questions in the chat. As I mentioned, it moves very quickly. We have some people sort of printing the same comments over and over again, and I just want to ask if you could stop that. That makes it really hard to track what people are asking us, and I think people are trying to communicate things that they're not hearing that they want to hear, but if we just keep getting the same comments over and over, it means that I can't track the chat. But one question that was submitted in advance and that I've seen folks ask again tonight is about the lack of kitchens. And that is, if there's not going to be kitchens inside the facility, how will people have like a way to eat healthy food or live a normal life?
I can jump into that one. So at the Silver Cloud facility, there are not full kitchens in any of the rooms. This one's got a little bit more than some of the other hotels do. All the rooms have a microwave, a refrigerator, and then actually have a sink outside of the bathroom, or at least the ones in the facility that I've seen do. We will, as part of the services that are provided on site, include funding for nutrition services or food services. That will vary depending on the operator. It might be that there are meals delivered and then distributed. Before COVID, we might have done congregate meals, although that's not really something that we do in permanent supportive housing right now. And then we are also taking a look at being able to bring in sort of mobile markets potentially to be able to allow folks to buy food and then keep them in their rooms as well. So those is one of the services that we'll be providing, and the operators have a responsibility to make sure people have access to nutritious food.
Okay, thank you. A lot of questions about the siting process, and I know we've sort of talked to this a little bit, but let's try to just say it all in one place. What were the criteria for determining the locations? How did you go about selecting the site? Who or what entities were involved in discussions around selecting the site?
Absolutely. So there's a state law that requires us to consult with any city that we would purchase a facility in, and we have adhered to that law. With this particular facility, the host site was the city of Redmond. So we asked the city of Redmond whether they would entertain us looking for a building, and they did. We then were looking for buildings that had a willing seller that we could afford, and then that had a configuration with internal hallways so they don't have external facing doors. That does make it a more effective way to manage a facility like this. So where we had a willing city, a building we could afford, a willing seller, and then a facility that had interior hallways and more than 50 rooms and fewer than 150 rooms, those became buildings that we would seek to purchase. The transaction was a King County purchase. So King County is the purchasing entity from the private seller. It is not a formal decision that came before in any sort of legislative action. The city, any city that is a host, and King County is the owner of the buildings as a result of those transactions. And the transactions were done by the executive branch of King County. Our facilities management division is technically the land owning, and then me as the department director, overall responsible for where we decided to place offers for hotels, and then the sellers responsible for whether they would accept those and we could get to terms.
It's been asked if you consulted with Bellevue in addition to Redmond.
We did not consult with Bellevue as to whether or not to buy the hotel. We did inform the city of Bellevue when we were in the purchase process that it was a hotel that we were going to purchase, but they did not have a decision about whether or not to buy it.
And I know that you are working and speaking with Bellevue now. That's okay. All right, I'm going to go back to the list now. The next few people, the names are Paula Gelzer, Tony, Ann Osterberg, Jose G, and PB are the next 5. The list is still 22 people long. So I'm going to unmute Paula. Please go ahead.
Hey, Councilmember Baltucci, I'm so glad that you are doing this tonight. I just wanted to speak a little bit. It's been a hard meeting to listen to. I have had the opportunity to volunteer with people experiencing homelessness for the last several years. Our family lives about 6 blocks away from the day center for families experiencing homelessness, the new permanent shelter for families experiencing homelessness, and a safe parking program for people who are living in their cars. I can assure you, everyone on this call, homelessness is a big problem here on the East Side, and these folks, they live here, they're our community members, and they desperately need these types of services. We need a robust safety net for our community members, and study after study has shown that the stable housing is the #1 way that our taxpayers' dollars can go to solving these problems, to helping get people into housing, can get people who are living in their cars, living in RVs, living in our parks, living in tents, can get them into a safe and stable environment where they can start dealing with whatever problems it is that they are experiencing in their lives. On a very personal note, my dad falls into this category of being disabled and being at 30% for federal poverty level. He was born with a condition where his back does not make discs between, like cushions between his spine. And so he is unable to work. Movement for him is really a problem. The wait list for housing for people with disabilities here on the East Side was 7 years. And that's if you can get the paperwork completely filled out, if you get your paperwork accepted. His paperwork was rejected a number of times just simply because he wasn't filling out the correct forms. He wasn't filling out the correct diagnosis. And so I want people to really check their assumptions about people who are in these categories. These aren't horrible people. These are your friends. These are your neighbors. These are relatives. These are folks who need just a better safety net than what we're currently providing. And for the most part, it's a pretty smooth, I don't want to say smooth transition. It can be a pretty brief transition from being in a home to not being housed. And if we can help out these folks, it can be a brief transition from not being housed back into housing. And so I really appreciate your efforts with everything you're doing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Next is Tony. And I am unmuting you now. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
It's a little soft. Can you get closer to the microphone maybe?
Can you hear me now?
Very good. Thank you.
Great. Hi, I'm Tony. I'm a child care worker in Seattle. I grew up in Woodinville and Kirkland for 24 years. I live in a rented condo in a neighborhood where new condos and apartments like mine are no longer legal to build. I moved for the benefits of walkability that come with the city. I take students to play in parks where people live and sleep. The greatest harm that has come to the children in my care sharing space with these neighbors has been the tax to our collective humanity when we are forced to deny our consciences simply because the scale of the need that is in front of us is too great for us to meet as individuals. And it breaks my heart to commute by parks where I know people had their belongings destroyed by police as they were pushed to the next location. I hope that we can have stable facilities like this at transit hubs in every zip code, including my current area 98112 and my family's homes in 98077 and 98033. I see some discussions in the comments of citing facilities in areas like these, and I sure hope that that can happen. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for leading this discussion, and I hope that we can see more of these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. The next person is Ann Osterberg, and I'm unmuting you now. I'll try again. You should be able to unmute. There you are. Can you speak? Now we can hear you. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity. I'll try to be brief. I'm a senior. I'm retired. I've had over 30 years in affordable housing development. And through my church, we hosted congregations for the homeless men for many years now. And I've volunteered and I've closely followed the process that Bellevue's gone through to cite not only the men's shelter, but supportive housing and affordable housing. And I am so pleased that Redmond, that the county will be establishing this facility in Redmond as supportive housing, because that is so critical to allow homeless people to achieve permanent housing. My question really was answered, which had to do with the plans for community outreach to the neighbors who may have concerns. Although I live in Bellevue, I am a member of a dance studio that is a neighbor, and will see firsthand how on a day-to-day basis, really how the relationship with the neighbors works. And I really believe if there's early and a continuing process that you talk about for that neighbor communication, and that is a really critical component of answering people's concerns and making this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Next is Jose G. We have come to 8 o'clock, but we're going to keep going as hope to speak to everyone who wants to speak. So Jose, I am asking you to unmute. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So I appreciate that. At least, you're allowing to kind of like let us talk. So I appreciate it. I think it's a little bit late, but better than nothing. I think part of our frustration as residents of this community, I live in Bellevue, is associated with the lack of transparency around this decision and the fact that everything is one-sided. We're not, any less compassionate that, some people who support this, but we're also realistic. This is not the best location for a low barrier, hotel. I have been looking at research, and research says that about 70% or more of people who are, individuals who are chronically homeless suffer from both mental illness and substance abuse. And that's a fact. And to your point, yeah, maybe not all of them are dangerous. Probably half of them are not, but there will be 1, 2, or 3 who could basically, wreak havoc. And that's a problem, because there are a lot of kids here in this community. And I think that it's a little bit shocking, the fact that you don't see that. So I think that's a problem. And also all the metrics, all the goals are around literally the homeless. Like, hey, the main goal of this program so far is to move as many people as possible to the hotel. And I don't think that's correct. How about the safety? How about metrics around, 911 calls? Like there's nothing for the people who are gonna be impacted in this community. So I guess my question was, I'll be brief. My question was already asked, but I still wanna dive deep into it. We have been hearing about all the benefits and all the considerations for the homeless. And I think that Leo said today that this is a nice location. In the past, in the videos, people have said that, a close proximity to transit transportation, massive transportation is also good. But how about the safety of the kids? Was that factored in when you guys were deliberating about, choosing this location? Was the fact that this is a high density residential area, the fact that there is a close proximity to more than 15 schools and childcare facilities, was that even discussed? And if so, how can I have access to those discussions? Is there any way to request an official record of the board meetings where this decision was made, where this topic was considered? Is there any way for me as a citizen to request that? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, of course. Let me ask that one of the staff people put an email address into the chat. If you send your request for the public disclosure request, and we will respond to it. We will be required to respond to it, and we will respond to it.
With all due respect, I have sent more than 20 emails, and you have been CC'd in those emails. I'm asking about this over and over. I can tell you the answer that I have got from the mayor of Redmond. And so what does it take for me to get an answer to this? You have been CC'd in my email threads.
I heard you asking for documents, and I was just asking you to put in writing, if you would, a request for documentation, and we will respond to it, because there's a public disclosure law that says we respond to it.
Okay, I'll send you another email. That's fine.
Good.
That's
but
what
let me speak to it though also here, since we're here.
Yeah.
I'm not just putting you off. Let's speak to you here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
we talked earlier about the decision-making process and criteria that DCHS went through in order to locate these facilities. And I've heard it before, I've read it before, and so I'm going to try to repeat it, but Leo, you're going to correct me if I get it right. They were looking for locations that were a certain kind of building where this program could be effective, that were owned by willing sellers. We weren't going to condemn property, that were in jurisdictions where the city would work with us and support the location. Now, typically, if you pick a location that is got what you would call in land use bad adjacencies, meaning you're putting something next to something else where the two things will interfere with each other, the city will raise that. That's settled in zoning, frankly. If zoning says where certain types of uses can be and where they can be next to each other, and so schools are zoned, this kind of housing is zoned, hotels are zoned, et cetera. And so a lot of this has happened long ago when the zoning was set. The location selection was made according to the criteria that Leo has laid out. And I mean, that's how the decision was made. I mean, I know, I understand that that's not.
Thank you for the answer. It is not satisfying because no one is advocating for your constituents that your support, you're supposed to protect. We voted for you. That's awesome that you're like advocating for the homeless, but there has to be common sense here. So I appreciate it anyway. I'll submit a formal request.
Thank you. And I'll just say on my own behalf here, I feel I am advocating for our community as a whole. I feel that I'm advocating for the people who live here, the people who are housed, and the people who are unhoused. And I understand that there are concerns and fears, but I will tell you through my experience, we are able to work through those. We have cited very difficult things in my time working in government, and we have always had a lot of concerns up front, a lot of fear, and we work with it, and we try to make sure that we're addressing what we can and working together on things that, the world is full of people we don't control, right? We don't control the people who don't live in our facilities, so we don't control a lot of things. And so
I agree.
If we stick with this, I think we can make it work and make it work safely.
I agree. I think that the ulterior motive is great, but I just think that this is not the right location for that and not the right concept. But again, I guess that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. And you reminded me also, there was a question that was submitted in advance and has shown up on the chat a few times. And that is, Leo, I'm going to ask you to talk about the Renton Red Lion, what that was, what that experience was, and how this is going to be different. And we're not going to replicate the Renton Red Lion, some of the things that happened at the Renton Red Lion. Thank you.
Absolutely. So the Renton Red Lion is a hotel back in March of 2020. When COVID was just beginning, we suspected that it would be highly transmissible in close quarters, and we had a number of homeless shelters where we had people sleeping really close to each other. We took a shelter that is the DESC main shelter in downtown Seattle, and on a very short notice, to protect the lives of the people within it, moved them from that shelter that was congregate into the Red Lion Hotel. The Red Lion Hotel has about 235 total people in it, and it has continued to operate as what we would call a single room shelter now. So it's a hotel and has single rooms, but the service package and the folks going there are the same folks who would have previously gone to a congregate shelter. We did see as a part of that move that it improved substantially the number of the 911 calls went down, the resident health went up relative to when people were at the shelter. And I posted earlier in the chat a University of Washington study that really took a look at that. We learned a couple things from it though. One is 230 people is too many people to have. You can get too big here. And so that's why we did limit in our search this time to 150 people. We learned that the types of services that we provide in supportive housing are really more appropriate for single room settings. And that's why the Health Through Housing program is modeled on housing as opposed to shelter models. And a thing that's different is that it's not necessarily that they're different people, but people who are receiving permanent supportive housing, or what we're calling emergency supportive housing, are really a sort of different stage of housing readiness than folks who immediately go into shelter. So shelter is often the place where you might get discharged straight from the hospital, straight from the street. And so, sometimes it is true that people actually sort of go through shelter, seek some stabilization, and then get referred to permanent housing. But folks are usually in a slightly different place on their journey when they go to housing. So operating it as housing, not shelter, making sure that we didn't have too many people in one place, and the ability to plan in a much more deliberate way for the facility to do things like community engagement, to do things like good neighbor agreements. And I think it's worth noting that even the city of Redmond has agreed to host a Health Through Housing hotel that will be among the first to open as we are closing down the shelter at the Renton Red Lion, because the city of Renton also saw both the need, but also the opportunity to have a more effective model of housing based in a hotel.
Sorry, everything is getting slow, and I think my computer is getting tired. It's been said that the Renton Red Lion Hotel was shut down because Renton adopted a law because it was such a disaster. That is, I think, a quote. And you just said it was still open. Can you please just confirm for me what's the status of the Renton Red Lion?
Yes, the Renton Red Lion currently has 230 people or 235 people residing in it. That's the number that it's had. The city of Renton did pass an emergency ordinance that would have required half of the people to leave. They have since amended that ordinance to allow the hotel to continue to operate, with the understanding that we will be shifting from that hotel operations to Health Through Housing in the city of Renton, and that will happen over the course of this year. There was litigation, and some of that is still ongoing between the city of Renton and King County, although we've been working to resolve that in, I think, a productive way. And so it still operates. There was never a closure of the hotel or an eviction, and there early on was a lot of debate in King County and Renton about whether it was the right type of operation.
Okay. I'm going to move on. There's some more people waiting, and I've unmuted PB. I hope we can hear you this time, PB.
Claudia, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Fantastic.
Yay.
Thank you so much for giving me another opportunity here to speak. I would say I grew up in the Seattle area most of my life, so we're talking about over 40 years. And so Seattle, the East Side, and I would say that the problem of, quote, homelessness is the worst I've ever seen. So the city of Seattle has, spent over $1 billion every year to help homelessness. And we've been hearing the term homelessness for a number of years now. Tonight, that's all I'm hearing as well, in terms of we have to have housing and more housing to help the homelessness. I know someone earlier said about her father that's disabled. I don't think any of us here on the call tonight will be against helping anybody that's senior, that needs help, or the disabled. What I do have a problem with, and I said earlier, the lack of accountability and visible results. What I would like to know is, my first question is, with this location in Redmond, 144 rooms of the hotel, what are you doing differently than what Seattle has been doing? So that's my first question. My second question, and Leo, you mentioned earlier, you talked about studies after studies after studies. And actually, I am well aware of all the studies that Seattle has done, okay? And the amount of money that's been spent on these studies. And I would say, and Claudia, you mentioned most of the people that we're helping here, they do have jobs. Where I would say in King County's own survey data, it states that only 7.5% of that report shows that people are working full time. So someone else mentioned earlier also, 75-80% of homeless suffer from drug and alcohol addiction and mental health. My second question then comes, have you identified the people that will be staying at the hotel? And what percentage of those people have mental health and drug addiction? And what kind of accountability will be in place? Meaning, if they have hard drugs, illegal drugs brought in, or people that are there, how are they being held accountable? And then what visible results are you going to put in place? Meaning, how are you helping people get back on their feet and contribute to society?
Okay, thank you. I might need your help digging out exactly what the questions were, but the one I heard very clearly was two, actually, I heard very clearly in there were about results and how are we going to do things differently so that we get better results than we have seen, and what kinds of accountability are there around that. I will say, just from a layperson's perspective, one of the things we're going to have is many more people with roofs overhead. And that in and of itself is a result, not having as many people living outside.
Claudia, okay, let me ask you this.
I'm not saying that's the only result, but I'm saying that is a result, having people with roofs overhead. Please go ahead.
Well, let me ask you this. You mentioned homeless coordinator that they're helping people get into homes. I know for a fact, okay, in terms of I volunteered in the past, I know someone is very much involved with volunteering, helping out in the streets right now, in the pavement of the Seattle streets, north and south. And if the King County has only hired, 3 people, coordinator to help these people, obviously, clearly, the results are not there. So yes, accountability and visible results is one thing. We can continue to spend billions of dollars every year on housing, but let's be real here. I mean, I have not heard tonight, I think, Leo, you mentioned about behavioral issues. I have not heard one comment tonight in terms of what are we doing with mental health and drug abuse.
That's a good question.
If they happen to be people that are going to be staying at this hotel in Redmond.
That's a great question. I don't think we have spoken to that yet tonight, so that's really good. We should do that. That was also one of the ones that people had submitted in writing.
Absolutely. It is true, as I said this earlier, and I think it's objectively true. Some of the people who stay at this hotel will have behavioral health conditions, and some of the people who are housed in this facility will have used or be using drugs. The operators, and not all will, the operators that we select from, many of them are Medicaid funded behavioral health providers, and they are the same organizations that provide behavioral health services and treatment to folks outside of housing contexts. So those are, in many cases, what we actually see is that a lot of the operators do both housing and behavioral health, and they do that for a reason, because they work better together. Where we select an operator, or if we select an operator who is not themselves a Medicaid funded behavioral health provider, we will fund a Medicaid funded behavioral health provider to provide on-site services. In addition to the health through housing allocation of funding for behavioral health services that will be available on site, the County Council has enacted an additional $2 million that is specifically for the provision of opioid use treatment and other behavioral health services for residents of health through housing facilities. Those services will come online by the end of this year. And so we will have both persistent and mobile behavioral health Medicaid funded services that are available for anybody who has a behavioral health condition that requires treatment, and specifically for folks who are using drugs. And the purpose of that, and I think that this is important, our goal is to reduce use of substances and unhealthy behaviors in general amongst the people that we are providing housing to, because it's better for their health, and to help them in being able to do that. A related question that sometimes comes up is, why do we not compel people to receive treatment? I am also responsible in the county for the team of people who does the assessments for involuntary treatment, the Involuntary Treatment Act. And what I can tell you is that the rate of success for involuntary treatment in our community is low. About half of the people that we detain involuntarily have previously been detained. And the type of treatment that you get in that system is actually relatively short-lived unless a person is committed. And it is a very high threshold to force somebody to receive treatment against their will. And what we find is that the most effective treatment, the way that most people are able to reduce drug use and the way that most people are able to improve their health generally, is through voluntary and persistent access to healthcare. It's the reason why a lot of housed and employed people who have behavioral health conditions, and there are many, many of us who do, it is the reason why when you have access to healthcare and you have access to behavioral to health insurance and housing, that you can manage behavioral health conditions in ways that are not possible when you are unhoused.
Okay, I know there's a lot more to be discussed there, but I do want to allow the person whose screen name is I'm Mom to speak next. I'm clicking unmute. I'm gonna keep clicking it. No, it doesn't seem like it's unmuting. Let me give this just a moment, because really my my computer is starting to hang and I can't scroll as easily as I could at the beginning of the meeting. All right, I'm going to come back to you. I'm Mom. I'm going to see if Amy can unmute. Amy, are you able to speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk today. I just want to make a statement first, and then I have a couple questions for you and Leo. So the primary role of our government is to keep the public safe. I don't think this is even considered when the decision was made. You should really visit Clement Place in Seattle and talk to the neighbors there that's near this housing facility. I am sure they can tell you a lot about how good their life turned after the place opened. They can also share with you how much their property value appreciated since this place opened. I do agree that some of our homeless population really needs the help. You know, they want to get their life back, but the population you're thinking about bringing into this hotel, 80% of them, the chronic homeless population, are those who are mentally ill and drug addicts, that they're just no longer suitable to live around our normal society. Just a few of them will do the harm. This is not like a throw in the dart game. You hit the spot and that's it. Just because a hotel is available to purchase does not mean it's suitable housing choice to place everyone that's homeless. The homeless needs to be housed in a location where they can't get well and not put the community at risk for violent crimes. Our government leaders' role is to primarily protect the public. Helping the chronic homeless needs to be done in a more responsible manners. And regarding Leo's earlier answer that this is not a drug injection site, but how do you consume drugs? It's either by mouth or by injection. And regarding Leo's comment on Renton Red Lion Hotel, and he mentioned that 911 calls went down, but from a lot of news articles published in November of 2020, 911 calls and firefighters being called to the hotel 277 times from April to November to 2020. This is only for calls to hotel, not the 911 calls related to the hotel residents for things that happened outside the hotel. And so with that said, I have two questions. So per King County website, if a homeless person leaves the hotel, or if any of them breaks the rule of the hotel, they get kicked out, where will they go? Will they be allowed to remain at the hotel? Or is King County required to find them housing immediately? Or will they be just allowed to camp out in public areas, again, in Bellevue and Redmond? And, you know, as up to 85% may be transported from outside of our cities. So that's my first question, is where will they go if they leave the hotel? Number two, my question is, how will the unconventional behavior be monitored when homeless residents are outside the hotel, such as yelling, littering, walking around drunk, harassing people? So when can we ask the police to step in and stop the unconventional behavior? What can the police do if they can only act when there's imminent danger now, per state law? Again, this is a very high density residential area with many, many kids walk to school each day. So what is your plan to protect and shield them from those behaviors brought by hotel residents? So please answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that there are a number of assumptions and things that you've said that are not accurate, including your sign here, not accurate. And I just don't want to think anybody here that I accept these things because I'm answering the questions, but I'm going to answer the questions just as they were posed. I'll speak to the second one because Leo, the first one is sort of operational. What happens when somebody leaves the housing? The second one is how will we deal with behavioral issues outside of the facility? So there's a number of ways that we can deal in Redmond and in Bellevue with neighbor problems. If they are nuisance kind of things, my neighbors are too loud, my neighbors are making dirt, are piling garbage, my neighbors are emanating smells, the things. There are codes, there's code compliance, there's, at least in Bellevue, there's a neighborhood mediation program that helps to resolve disputes between neighbors when their behavior is causing friction. And in this case, I heard Leo talk about a good neighbor agreement. I am going to be very interested to make sure that that is a robust agreement that has community members who are willing to be on point, to be a kind of an advisory group and speak regularly with the operator so that issues can be identified, raised, and resolved as quickly as possible. With regard to the police will respond to calls for service when you are reporting a crime. So if somebody is trying to steal a car, break into a home, harassing somebody in their face, that's when you call 911. That's when the police will respond. And both the cities that we're talking about here, Redmond and Bellevue, have very responsive police departments. They are very engaged with the community. They're well trained, they're well supported, and they are very willing to spend time developing relationships in places where the constituents, the community wants to have more emphasis. So I would suggest that be part of your discussions with the cities that you're dealing with. Can we have a police presence at our meetings about this, about our community, at our good neighbor meetings, perhaps? So they do that for Bellevue Square. They should do it.
But Claudia, so what you're saying is actually what police can do after something happens. So I am asking for a plan to prevent something to be happening. So I don't want anything to, I don't really want something police to come and clean up. There needs to be some kind of action plan to prevent things like this to happen.
Sure. And that is true. That's a very good point. In operating the facility,
because the facility has no security. They are not monitoring the residents. I mean, they have staff on site, but not security. They're not monitoring.
The operator will have a code of conduct and rules and regulations that they will enforce within the building and around the building. That is the proactive way that you manage behaviors, that you have the operator create relationships with the people inside and set expectations and manage to them so that they don't escalate to problems.
Yeah, because I heard a couple residents or neighbors from the Clement Place last week talk about the experiences. It seems like it's day and night. A problem like this is not being addressed, not solved. It just happens over and over again. So I think this is a big issue that the city and county needs to work together to prevent happening if this site is allowed to open.
I agree. Thank you. I'm going
and
to move on
back to my red
Q. Con Q, you've been waiting?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Thanks for the opportunity to comment here. So yes, last time we invited people from the Clement Place, and their experience is pretty bad. Basically, it's all the bad things that you could possibly imagine. Just the many junk cars not running or not. They're using the street as a parking place, garage, fixing cars, and the oil spill all over the places. Lots of shouting, swirling at night, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., police, ambulance, fire truck, lots of fighting, and lots of needles in the neighborhood. So you can imagine doing drugs on the street. And also attracted a lot of homeless to the area. So you can see, they can see the increase the pitch of tent in the area. The operator, however, claim anything outside the facility is not their responsibility. They've been using the neighbors as kind of like alarm testing bots. So that is not acceptable. And also expel the tenants, stayed in the neighborhood, causing the problems. And then facility operator refused to take the responsibility. So, and reduce property value, and also attracting lots of sex workers. They were walking on the street and the condoms on the street. And, you know, graffitis on the side of a house, and then assaults, and like verbal assaults, as well as the basically they neighbors got verbal assault from the residents, and they're asking people for money and cigarettes. Yeah, so people had to take videos to prove before the complaint can be taken seriously. So that's kind of a experience people have to endure. So if you keep saying that you had a success this and there, can you point out a good example that you have success? Like, is Clement Place a good success? That's my question.
I want to thank you for sharing that experience. That is not the experience that we want to have.
Right.
Nobody
go
wants
talk to the talk to the residents there, the
right.
neighbors.
Yeah, no, I may find a way to try to get more information from them as well, because I think that we should learn from the experience of places where there have been problems. I mean, no doubt that that has been true. I have been very heartened by the experience that I've had in Bellevue. As I said at the beginning, I've lived here for almost 30 years. I've been on the city council. We started our men's homeless shelter. That started either just before I was on the council or just after. So it was a good 10 years of experience that we had with that. And our operators learned, even though they had to move from place to place because they didn't have a permanent location for a very long time, they learned how to work with neighbors when they were in commercial areas. They learned how to work with the local businesses. When they were in residential areas, they learned how to work with the residents. And they really have got to the place where they have a great deal of respect and trust from the community where they operate and how they operate, because they know how to engage with the neighbor and be a good neighbor while also serving the men that are in homelessness in their shelter. That's the experience I want to replicate. And that I know we can do that on the East Side when we put our minds to it. I know we can. So, but knowing about other experiences and things that have gone wrong is good information. It's good information so that we can try to avoid problems and not recreate the wheel.
Yeah, the problem is if it's a failure after a failure, I mean, look all over the places in Seattle that you already have. I mean, give me a good example that is not like that.
I give you the example of every shelter on the East Side, the tent cities on the East Side, the housing we provide on the East Side. I don't use Seattle as my example, and no
The tent
offense.
city is not up to the scale, though. I mean, it's not the hotel that you are building right now, right? It's a temporary. So it's certainly not the same.
But I'll say for what it
It's
is,
also
it's
not
about
in
it's about half the size of the shelter. It's about 45, 50 men. It has been bigger at times, but for what it is, and I'm sorry I'm repeating myself and I don't want to waste time here, but when we first talked about having that tent city and permitting it, we were talking about the zoning code to permit it. The chambers were filled with people, just like all of us here tonight, who were really concerned. Moms of the schools nearby, really concerned about their kids, what was going to happen, what was going to happen. We managed it. We've created a safe, clean, humane space, or allowed to be created. We didn't create it. It was the Tent City 4 is a private nonprofit, but they created this space and we allowed them to create it that is now completely enmeshed in the community in a way that is not controversial. And you don't, if you didn't know where it was, you wouldn't know where it was.
Okay,
Because
so if
that's what I want to do.
If that's what you call a success, why are we extending by brand new hotels to house more homeless?
Because we have more people on the east side who are in need of housing. We have many more people who are in need of housing. There's not enough housing for the people who are here, and there's not enough of the type of housing for the people who are here. And that's why we're doing it.
So it's definitely currently based on what you're describing, you don't have experience of operating 144 homeless hotel, right? In East Side. You don't have a success story for that size.
Leo, I'd call to you on this because I know we did hotels on the east side during COVID as shelters. It's not exactly the same thing, but they worked pretty well.
They did, and Con and I have had the chance to meet a couple of times now, and so good to hear from you, Con.
Good to meet you.
From our previous conversations, we're providing the list of all the permanent supportive housing in the entire county. There are multiple locations that do have this many units and don't have the experience that you're talking about and describing. And I think this is, I've seen a lot in the chat is like, that's an assumption. We are here to continue to work with the operator, to continue to work with the community and not be dogmatic. If there's an issue that's showing up in a particular, housing facility, we're going to solve for that issue. And so a couple of specific answers. When people get kicked out of a building, which does not happen with frequency, what happens? The operators work really sort of in a dedicated way to get people to a place where they can be successful. So I have never seen an operator put everybody's, put a room's like stuff out on the front and just evict them and say, you're done. It might be that we need to transfer them or arrange for transfer to another facility that's got better tailored care. It might be that we need to transfer them to shelter where they might be able to be more successful if they can't work with the code of conduct within the building. But that's the goal, is to try to move people to another place where they can be successful. Another question has been, why would you concentrate folks who all have behavioral health conditions in the same place? There are a couple of operators on, employees of operators on this call, I think. We do what we can to blend these buildings in ways where we don't just concentrate in one building a bunch of people who all have the same profile, because the buildings need to be manageable themselves. And I certainly hear from the operators when we don't have that right. What additional supports can we provide, or how can we give the operators the chance to sort of compose the buildings in ways that are manageable, so that we don't have 100 of super high intensity folks all in the same building, but we can blend it in a way that allows the operators to be able to be successful. And that's something we're continuing to work with operators on, and we'll continue to do here. So when we take a look at these buildings, and I think there's been, that's an assumption. I'm going to come to the next one of these meetings, and the next one of these meetings, and the next one of these meetings. And if we have an issue, we're going to work together to solve it. I've heard a couple questions to that point of like, if this is going to happen, how do we make sure that we've got the right communication in place so that we can catch things early and then work together to solve them. And we're going to be there for that. We're going to make sure that our operators are there for that. Our operators want to do that because they want to operate successful locations. And what we find at Interbay, what we find with a behavioral health facility that we cited in the Rainier Valley, what we find, as the council member has mentioned over and over and over again, is that very often the community groups actually stop meeting after 3 or 4 months because the things that they thought might happen turn out not to happen, or we're able to make the adjustments that we need to so that those things stop happening.
Okay, I want to continue to move on. I'm so sorry, but we're at almost at 9 o'clock.
Examples to give me the location and the name.
I'm sorry.
You said you have a good success of comparable size of 144 rooms. Leo, could you give me the location and name?
Yeah, Con, I don't have the list of all the permanent supportive housing, but as we've discussed in our previous conversation, we're sending the entire list of all of the facilities to you.
Could you send the good examples, like the ones that you mentioned as a good example comparable to 144 rooms?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A couple quick things. First of all, there's been some questions about terminology in the chat. I want to ask you quickly, lightning round, Leo. Behavioral health, what does that include?
Behavioral health is both what we used to call mental health and what we used to call substance use disorder. It's basically anything that involves a person's health where the sort of brain is the primary organ that we're looking to treat.
It includes substance abuse, though, drug abuse and alcoholism.
It does.
Okay. Trauma-informed care.
Trauma-informed care is the idea that you should provide care in a way that people can actually receive it. And when you're working with people who have received a lot of trauma, you have a very different approach than if you are working with somebody who hasn't. And so it's simply the idea that in order for some people to be able to understand what you're saying, make informed decisions about their care and feel and stay with you as you provide that care, that you have to do it in a way that accounts for their experience. And trauma is something that can really cause people not to connect or to disconnect or to stay away unless you work with them in a particular way that respects their experiences.
And harm reduction.
Harm reduction is a sort of philosophy that says, it sort of does two things at once. One says that it is a fact that there are some people who are engaging in behaviors like drug use, and that's a fact. You can't instantaneously turn that off. And it also says that reducing those behaviors is a way to help them get healthy. And so I view harm reduction as a philosophy that really just says meet people where they are, provide them the types of care that allow them to make durable change. It respects them as individuals, and it's proven to be a really effective modality for some people. Anybody who tells you that one way of treating people, everybody is the best way, is wrong. You have to have different modalities for different people. Harm reduction is one approach that seeks to really treat and work with people, as opposed to other approaches that might criminalize or punish as their primary sort of theory.
Okay, thank you. We'll continue on. Just a report on where we are as of 8:48. There are still 17 people with their hands raised. And when we get to the end of the list, I'm going to ask, because again, there have been so many comments and questions in the chat, some really good questions. I've tried to circle back to the list of written questions, but I know we're not getting everything. When we get through everybody, and I'm now going to try to drive through all the rest of the folks who have their hands raised, when we get through them all, if there are questions that remain at that time that we haven't answered, I'm going to ask for people to raise their hands, and that we may do repeats if there are questions that haven't been answered, so that we can be sure to answer all the questions. All right, I'm going to try again with the person whose handle here is I'm Mom. For some reason, when I click ask to unmute, it doesn't seem to be working for you. I don't know why. I'm trying again. Okay. So I'm going to go to, is this a different Amy? No, this is the same Amy. So sorry about that. Move Redmond is next.
Hi. Thank you, Councilmember Balducci, for hosting this forum, and Leo for your in-depth knowledge and answers. I'm Kirk Hovenkotter. I grew up just outside of Redmond, and today I'm the executive director of Move Redmond. Our nonprofit represents the 100,000 people who go to work or school in Redmond every single day, and Move Redmond strongly supports the health through housing purchase of the Silver Cloud Inn. We want to thank you, Councilmember Balducci, the King County Council, Redmond Mayor Angela Burney, and the Redmond City Council for taking action on it and providing permanent supportive housing to our neighbors. Many of our unhoused neighbors are employed in our community, and the purchase of the Silver Cloud Inn will provide an opportunity for our unhoused neighbors to live in our community with dignity. We strongly support this purchase, and one, thank you so much for hosting this forum tonight, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Kurt. Very good. The next person is Rachel Wang. I'm unmuting you now. And then we'll be Chris and then Andy S.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Dave K. I'm sorry. I got myself ahead of myself. Dave K, please go ahead.
Hi, how are you? I'm glad to talk tonight. This is very interesting. So there are a few things I want to go over. Number one is obviously the location we all talked about. And you hear a lot of ordinary people with ordinary jobs concerning about who is coming here. And most likely you can hear them that they have a family or kids or a lot of interest in this area and want to have a good life for their kids, you know? So who decided on only 15 local homeless people can stay? What can we move that up to 85%? So we're actually helping the people in needs in regional area, that our area, that who really needs it. And all the successful homeless shelter that I see, they have a lot of regulations, like no alcohol, no drugs. But why low barrier housing right across the street from middle school, where kids are very vulnerable? And I just don't see that why this would be a good location for low barrier housing. I'm all for helping homeless shelter people. I mean, just like everybody else who said it. But we need to change that 15% to 85%. So we're actually helping the locals. And then if you really want to help those good, homeless, nice people that we talked about, we need to get rid of the low barrier part and help. Actually, there should be a regulation for no alcohol and no drugs. And I think that if you do that, our community will support it. But with where the location is and where things are, I don't think that that's a good idea.
Can I ask you just repeat the first thought you had? I was trying to I'm sorry, it's getting late and I get a little fuzzy as the night goes on. You started by saying something I really thought was good, and can you remember how you started?
So like right now you said only 50 minimum requirement is 15%. Why 15? Why can't we go up there to 85? Because and then we're really helping the neighbors, right? And we're all for it.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. That is a fantastic point. I agree with that 100%. Just as a reminder, the 15% is in the state law that provided the authorization for the funding to be used for this purpose. And it says a target of at least 15%. So it doesn't say you have to stop at 15%. You can go higher, and I want us to do so. And I will do whatever I can from where I sit to advocate for it to be as high as possible, because this is a resource for people who are living outside on the east side and they can come inside. I agree with that completely. Your second point about the low barrier, just a reminder, this is not going to be a shelter long-term, it's going to be housing. This is going to be where people move in and live there. Like you live in an apartment or you live in a house, they're going to live in this place. So barrier becomes less of a thing, right? Because when we live in our own homes, I got to tell you, I've had a glass of wine sitting next to me the entire time, and I'm going to drink it when we're done here tonight. I'm in my own house. Okay. So, but
See,
I'm sort of joking, Dave. So like, it's been a long night. Give me a little grace here. But let me say this: barriers actually kill people. And I'm going to tell you that there's examples that we know of. There's an individual who died outside, unsheltered in Bellevue, because he did not know that the Congregations for the Homeless shelter was a no barrier shelter. He thought he wouldn't be allowed there because he had a couple of beers in his tent that night. And his friend said, go inside. He said, I can't, I've been drinking, they won't let me. And he died he froze to death in a cold night. People need to be allowed to come in, even if they've had a few beers, even if they have drink, even if they've done some drugs. We care about their behavior. We care that they not cause problems, but we should allow people to come in because that is how they get better. That is how they start to treat whatever addictions they may have, is by stabilizing. So this is the goal.
Well, Claudia, you're an elected official to basically represent us and protect us in our neighborhood, correct?
I am elected to represent and protect the public welfare and safety in all of my district, everybody in my district.
Yes. And this is fall under your district.
Correct.
Yes. And you think having this shelter there is protecting the public?
I do.
You do.
I do.
You deeply do. And
I do.
Who are you? So you're talking about you're really protecting the homeless people, and they did many cases like this where it's permanent housing, like Clement Place, Renton, Red Lion Hotel. It all become a disaster. And there's two things: either you're ignorant of the fact, and that's why you think you really deeply believe that this will work, or number two, I mean, I just don't know. You're just not looking at the facts. So, or the part is that I think you're really blinded by your political friends or driven by something else. But you really think that this is going to work? I'm just really shocked, you know.
I do really think it's going to work, and I know that it's hard to believe because we don't have experience of it in this location yet. But we can make this work. We absolutely can.
But there's other areas that they tried and it doesn't. And then how can you say it will? I mean, are we going to be another guinea pig and are there going to be another failure story? I've been living here for 21 years, more than half of my life. And I have 3 boys here and they're all going to go to school right across the street. I mean, we really love to make this neighborhood our children's neighborhood. And we're looking at other options right now because you're not representing us. You're either, like I said, you're ignorant, lazy, I don't know, or you just have a different motive. You see Renton, you see Clement Place, and then you go in there, and then you come back to us and say, you really think that it's going to work? That I don't know. I mean, I don't know how public would think of it. Because ordinary me doesn't think that it's gonna work. It's not going to work.
Let's work together and make it work. Let's do that.
Are you serious?
We're not without power here. We are not helpless. We can do
I cannot
together.
believe your response is that. I mean, I think that your response should be something like, okay, maybe having drug addicts, mentally ill people around our children across the street from a middle school is not a good idea. Maybe we should work on maybe changing it to no alcohol, maybe for families, kids, you know, I mean, that would be the right answer. But you saying, let's try to make this work for what? I mean, these are not the problems that we see every day when we go out on the street and drive by Bellevue. I see more of this problem in Seattle. And you're gonna bring those people here, and everybody around here is gonna get affected. And then you're saying that let's try to make this work, and you're our representative. I mean, are you trying to make this area look like a Bitter Lake, basically North Seattle? I've been there. Okay, I work around there. They have shelters there. The homeless people, they're too many, and their family and friends come over. They don't have a shelter for them, so they go to school and start camping out there. Do you want Highland Middle to look like a Bitter Lake a school district?
I have a son. He goes to school here. I've raised him since he was small. I have, since he was a very young child, worked on supporting a tent city that people said would put my child at risk. a homeless shelter that people said would put my child at risk, this housing that people say will put my child at risk. None of it has ever come to pass because we can make things work when we put our minds to it. And I get we're not going to agree, and I really want to give everybody else a chance to talk. I will just say this one thing. I spent 17 years, almost full 17 years of my life working in and around the King County jail system. The last thing I am is naive about what people can do to one another. But I know that we can make this work because I've seen things like this, maybe not exactly this, but a lot like this happen, and we can make it work. So
I'm
I know that
sorry.
we don't
I
believe
think you're
each
just
other.
playing.
I'm going to
I
move
know.
on.
I
I'm
think
going to
you're
move
playing
on
too
right
much
now.
political tai chi. But this, you've seen other two locations, and then you're in denial. And if you're in that denial and you feel I can get the job done, maybe we should look for another person to represent us. That's all.
Okay, and that's fair. That's absolutely fair. All right, we'll move on to the next person. Rachel Wang is next. Please go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, earlier Leo mentioned there will reduce drug. So that means there will be drug, right? So my question is, if a drug dealer, prostitute, guns come to the community and our kids get hurt, who will hold responsible? My second question is, how will King County provide channel for the community to voice our concern if the criminals rate increase after the hotel operate? Can you answer me that?
I'm happy to jump in on that. So the second one of them, we will convene a recurring meeting. We'll figure out with you all what the right frequency is, and we'll keep coming back and having those conversations because the communication that you identified, I think, is super important here, and we're gonna be part of that so we can understand. This won't be hypothetical at some point. It'll be here, and we'll be able to see and adjust and figure out if there are issues and how to address them if there are. We also, to an earlier question, the Renton Hotel is not housing, it's a shelter. And we'll be sharing with this group a long list of permanent supportive housing. We have this in the county right now, and it is successful, and there is evidence that it reduces drug use. And so I've put it a couple of times, and I don't mean to be redundant, but I want to make sure people are able to see it. There are studies and there is evidence that says that if you will accept the fact that there is drug use right now, that for people who are unhoused, the most successful way for the majority of those folks to reduce their drug use is to be able to have treatment when they are housed. And the reason why the majority of people with behavioral health conditions are housed, the reason why most people who have a behavioral health condition and are housed and have access to health insurance and healthcare don't also manifest a lot of the issues that we're concerned about here today is because they have access to housing and healthcare, and because you need a place to be able to sleep, to be able to put your prescription medicine, to be able to receive mail in order to succeed in healthcare and treatment.
Okay, so I wonder why I'm one of the business around the hotel, but I never got notified from the KC or from Redmond City Hall. I don't know why, what's going on, what happened, why I never got an email about there will be a homeless shelter, not even 1 minute from my business.
I'd be happy to follow up with you, Rachel. We did conduct on the ground outreach to businesses in and around the facility in the time after the deal, the real estate transaction closed and before the announcement. In some cases, the employees at the location asked us not to stick around. In some cases, they offered emails. And then we held a community meeting for business members before the announcement. I'd be happy to see if we were able to reach your business. If we didn't, I apologize. But we did have people both by email and on the ground who were seeking to inform business owners in and around the hotel before the announcement.
I'm gonna ask Chris to
Oh, it's
speak
me.
now. I need to apologize to everyone. My computer is starting to flicker in a very alarming way. And I'm afraid that the problems that I've been having with the meeting, that it might cut out. If you lose me, I'm gonna empower Leo. Leo, I'm gonna empower you to continue, or somebody to help him, and I will sign in on my phone. But Chris, you're up. Please go ahead. You seem unmuted, but we can't hear you. I can't hear him. Chris, can you try unmuting yourself? I'm sorry, that's not working. Let me try again. Can you
Hello?
try now? Ah, there we go. Please go ahead.
I thank you for giving me opportunity to talk, appreciate all your experience, and I like to share my experience living in Seattle. I moved to Seattle 14 or 15 years ago. I live in downtown about like 3 to 4 months. I live in the hotel across from public market, it's called Green Turtles Hotel. It's a cheap hotel I could afford at the time. So I heard a lot of people support the homeless shelter, and I also support homeless shelter as well. Only thing is the experience I had living in the hotel, I met a lot of homeless people, and also one of them became my friend. And that experience didn't let me accept the location and the homeless shelter will bring good experience to our neighborhood. Sharing the experience, he came from California because he had illness, couldn't afford his medical bill, so he moved to Washington because California he couldn't afford anything, and he became homeless. And he said living in Seattle as a homeless much easier to living as homeless in California. It was 14 years ago now. He is Washington State, but which he never paid a bill or any taxes, I am so sure of. And he often meet people like a drug dealer or other friends behind the hotel where close to public market. There are police everywhere, but there are still drug dealers or drug users. Police wouldn't do anything because it's not really their concern to take care of unless they really become a criminal or cause any trouble. But they are still there because they are the users. They are people are in need, and drug dealer will be there. It will be same as our neighborhood because you guys are saying that the homeless people are not just homeless people. They have been living on the street more than 1 year. More than 1 year, we don't have any really record of what they've been doing on the street. I'm so sure the government didn't treat each homeless their record when they are not once they become homeless. So you guys are saying that just trust in the system, which my kids will go to school walking with their friends, 14, 15 years old, very curious. They're gonna find people, they wanna try something, and then my kids will exposed to that. And then when it happens, God's not gonna be there to interfere. And I need to educate my kids, oh, don't talk to any stranger, don't talk to anybody, talk to your friends, don't talk to anybody who looks homeless or who you think is suspicious. I cannot just say it and then trust it because there's no guarantee. Maybe it's 20% may happen. Even if it's 20%, it happened to my kids, it's gonna be 100%. So I really cannot understand why King County wanna put drug and mental illness, people who had and then have and might have in the future in front of my kids' school. 144 people. And Claudia, you're very good at explaining there are many people near my neighborhood. They all have alcohol issue, drug issue, but they're in their house paying their bill. They have responsibility to pay their tax and everything. All 104 people, 144 people in the hotel. I don't know how many people it's gonna be used, but the percentage is gonna go up so high once the shelter is gonna become shelter. Also, it's not same. You cannot say that it's gonna be same crime rate because it's not same living in between the homeless shelter and living in my neighborhood. So far, it's not same at all. But you will make it same by having it near my kids and near my neighborhood, especially when it's low barrier housing. And I don't have any question. I just want to point it out. And I want everybody to join safeeast.com if you really concerned and fight for it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Andy S. And I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Okay, hi.
Hello, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stuff tonight, and I think I'd like to use an analogy that I think reflects, many of the concerns that I've heard that vary from alcohol, drug, mental issues. And, the best analogy that I've been able to come up with is that you want to drill for oil in an environmentally sensitive area, but you really haven't done an adequate environmental impact study. I've looked at the UW study, which documents the benefits to the homeless, but it really doesn't document anything, the things that happen to the surrounding community in terms of crime, in terms of property values, et cetera, et cetera. And what I'd like to know is what the metrics of success will be, and maybe more importantly, what the metrics of failure would be in this institution. And if the metrics of failure occur, what will be the consequences to this institution? I think that these homeless hotels are bold experiments that don't really have a long-term track record, but they do represent a potential solution to a growing problem in America that seems to defy an adequate solution. I think that maybe selectively housing families with children who can benefit from the proximity of good schools and other services may make this the most palatable to the community and ensure the greatest success. I think that this homeless hotel is probably a done deal unless Redmond decides not to approve a certificate of occupancy. And if it's going to be here, I don't want it to fail simply because everybody loses if it fails. But if you want community support, you have to prove that their fears will be addressed.
That's right.
And through a defined process, not with anecdotes, I think, I feel. I want to see what Bellevue PD and Redmond PD have to say about this. I'd like to see what the schools think about the proximity of this homeless hotel, just amongst, many, many different things. I think the process has been backwards. It's been presented as a done deal. And now the community, when they found out about it, is upset, and I believe rightfully so. You want to be transparent, and all we're hearing is we're from the government and we're here to help, but you really haven't done it right. That's my concern.
I want to thank you, and I want to validate much of what you said and add that we are still at the beginning here. We're past the point where we've decided the location, and I understand that there is anxiety about that, but we are at the beginning of figuring out how we operate, how we interface with the community, how we prevent problems, how we respond to problems, how we operate in this area, and how we measure success. I think that's a really important point. What sorts of information are we going to collect about reports of problems, not reports of problems, about incidents, about success rates? What metrics do we use? And then how do we put that out to the public so that people can see and assess how things are really going? I think those are very good points, and we owe it to the community to work diligently to do that as part of the implementation from here forward. Remind me, Leo, when you're planning to open again?
Our next step is to select an operator with the city, and we talked about that process and how we can incorporate community feedback a little bit earlier. Our ideal is to have the facility operating by the end of the year, so that we can bring people inside. Part of that is timing around winter and wanting to get people inside instead of having them be outside. But that's the before the end of the year is our target.
When do you expect to have be able to identify potential operators that, for input from? I know that the city's supposed to have input, the city of Redmond is supposed to have input. So just sort of lay out a little bit of the steps in the process, because I think it's a really key point about when and how we engage with, let's just say you have a community advisory committee of some kind. How do you do that? When do you do that, so that we can work on these sorts of things that people are concerned about and want to know our plan for?
Yep. So our operator selection is probably going to open towards the end of this month. I don't have the specific date, but the end of this month, we tend to keep them open for 2 to 3 weeks for people to apply. In this case, there's a pool of qualified providers, and then they'll express interest to be an operator at this particular hotel. That pool is available, and I can provide the information on that in the chat as soon as I can find it and put it up there. And then the goal would be to have the selection of the operator completed by the end of October. And so I think one of the points of follow-up that we have after this meeting is to provide information about how we will seek input from community members so that we can select the provider with the city of Redmond. And we will do that before we open up the provider selection. We call them RFP, but public process for a provider to apply.
But one question that I have is, okay, so you choose an operator, you have metrics for success and you have metrics for not succeeding. And if you're not succeeding, if the solution is just to change the operator and nothing really changes practically, that's not a really good solution. Is this going to be a black hole that's going to be here forever creating problems? Right. Again, I want this to succeed if it's going to happen, but if it doesn't succeed, will it go away?
So we get this question a lot in contracting generally, and our approach is if we identify an issue where we have non-performance of a contract, and the contract will have performance measures in it. If we have material non-performance that is persistent and is not cured by the provider, we terminate contracts, and then we recontract. Now, the metrics I think are really important here. And so the proposed metrics that we have right now that will come before the county council on a plan involve the rate of move on to other permanent housing, involve the success in people receiving healthcare while they are residents within the facility. We will be measuring people who are referred locally versus people who are not referred locally. That's one of the metrics that we'll have to provide. We will measure the percentage of folks who seek and gain employment while they live there. And right now, one of the things that we're looking at is how we will measure and whether we will measure increased income that might result from employment or access to things like disability benefits.
These are all metrics for the homeless, the people that will be housed here. But what about metrics for the community? Let's say crime goes up. Let's say vandalism goes up. Let's say incidents with kids walking to school go up. How will that be addressed? And changing the operator is not likely going to fix those problems. And so you also need metrics to how this facility affects the community. And if it has an adverse effect on the community, there needs to be a remedy that's defined in advance.
I want to take that on board. I want to acknowledge that we don't have the metrics defined for the community, and that we need to,
Well, that's your environmental impact study. That's what you need to do.
To close out with the analogy. Yes.
And you haven't done that. And that's why people are afraid and are rejecting this proposal outright, because you have not addressed their fears and concerns.
Okay.
Well, and just to say it from the department perspective, I think that is the value of these meetings, is we have the ability to hear that and now incorporate that as we are moving forward. And so I know I've seen some comments.
And I would suggest that you do this before this hotel opens up for business. I think that you haven't crossed your T's and you haven't dotted your I's, and you need to do it before it opens, or you'll never have community support. This was done in a bass-ackwards manner. This was not transparent.
Let me just, Leo, take this because I really do want to try to get to everybody, and we're going on.
I don't want to belay the point. I think I've made my point. You can move on, please.
It's a very good point. Thank you. But I will say this to those who are saying, why wasn't this done before? Remember that the origin of this was that there was an opportunity that came up because funding became available and hotels became available due to COVID. We learned quite suddenly in responding to COVID, when we suddenly had to move people out of our shelter paradigm was mats on floors, people on cots, very close together, lots of people in a room. Pandemic, and you can't do that anymore because that is a germ factory and people will infect each other. So we had to spread people out. And the way we did that very quickly was to move them into, in large part, hotels, but also other types of buildings that we quickly had to stand up. And we learned through that very rapid process that people got better quickly, noticeably better. That's what the UW study was about. And so then we had this opportunity that arose and we had to seize it very, very quickly. So yeah, it doesn't look like an environmental impact statement or a planning for light rail or for some building that goes on for 2 years. It doesn't look like that. But yes, I really like these ideas that you were putting out there, Andy. We'll follow up on them. The next person is Sarat, and I am unmuting you. Please go ahead.
Hey, thanks. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate you guys spending so much time and trying to answer all our questions. I live right next to Highland Middle School, and I have 3 kids. And one of the things that we often do is walk around the community, and kids go to Highland and play and that kind of stuff. Like I'm afraid with the, can you guys hear me?
We can hear, yes.
Okay, awesome. Because it kept on asking me to unmute, so I got confused.
Oh, sorry. My
Yeah,
computer is
so
glitching.
I know I don't want to beat the dead snake by saying why there wasn't any communication or such. But one point that really stuck to me, like I've worked and volunteered in all homeless places. I mean, through my work and through all volunteer things that we do, I know how it is there. And that scares the hell out of me, putting something so close to so many schools and conveniently choosing a place in Redmond when there are like 10 or 15 schools around in a Bellevue neighborhood. And when Leo confirmed that there was no communication with the Bellevue City or Bellevue School District, I mean, I'm like speechless. And more so, I mean, I'm in support of it. Like I like what Andy said, but like you guys saying that it will be starting in a 3-4 months and nothing planned and being rushed. I think I'm sure you'll agree inside your heart that we are setting ourselves for failure and putting so many people at risk, in a terrible risk, I would say. And we have dealt in our neighborhood with homeless. I know what that looks like. So how is that even possible without even consulting Bellevue when the school district that hosts Bellevue kids is right next to that place? You being King County, you're representing every city that is associated with King County, and just having a approval from Redmond City, I don't think is sufficient, and I don't think you're representing entire communities that are surrounding the area.
So I want to acknowledge your comments and your experience. We have, and when I say we, I'm talking about King County as a whole, but recall there's legislative branch and executive branch. We have different roles, but we are in contact with the city of Bellevue. And earlier tonight, the deputy city manager from Bellevue wrote in the chat, I can no longer easily scroll up that far to remember exactly what she said, but they are engaged. They are, they do have their homeless liaison person. They do have their police department engaged. And so they are engaged now as we do the continued planning moving towards opening. I know that's only a partial answer to your question, but I wanted you to say that. I wanted to just repeat that.
I understand. I've been listening from the get-go, right? But like not consulting with the school district when there is a child care center next to it, when there are like middle school. I mean, like people did like hundreds of years of research before deciding how we group grades, right? Like we group elementary and to 5th grade for a reason, and like separate 8th to 6th to 8th for a reason, because 6th to 8th kids are very vulnerable. They can be persuaded to do so many bad things, and they want to guard. Like when the school system did and the government did so much to separate and do that kind of organizing thing for kids, and you bringing such a thing where and exposing them to such a thing is very, very bad idea. I don't know how you all can sleep thinking without even consulting a school district that has like 4 or 5 schools right next to it. I don't understand that, and that doesn't account to being representing the community that you stand for.
So I hear you. I'm not going to keep. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but I'll just say it one more time. We have people in homelessness who are going to be using this facility in our communities right now, in parks, on grounds near our schools. They are there now. And so the issue of if there's danger presented, it exists today. This activity is intended to lessen risk by bringing people indoors and giving them an opportunity to stabilize and to do better. So I know that's not convincing people. I can see it, I can hear it, but that's my position. So we've got 8 more people and it's 9:30. I'm going to power on, okay? We're going to just keep going. The next person is Anna, and I'm asking you to unmute now.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
Yeah. First of all, I really appreciate, I think like there's a lot of great discussion already. I'm not going to repeat a lot of them, even though there are still questions not being answered yet, just for the time's sake. I really appreciate when you first start with this whole meeting, really acknowledge the common fear whenever this type of situation opened, right, in a community. Do you know why is that?
Because people are afraid of the unknown. They're afraid of what they haven't experienced before, and they don't know that it's going to be okay. All of those experiences I shared before turned out to be okay.
Which is not really the case. I think like a lot of people actually mentioned their past encounter or experience with homeless. And then one thing that I feel like I agree with you, people kind of trying to figure out what is unknown. But on the other hand, that's where we have this conversation really talking about what is the action plan. And right now there's no action plan. That's kind of go back to the whole thing is you're not going to say we have the fear, that's assumption, and then you believe it's going to work, and that's not assumption. And the other part is trying to undervalue people's common sense, right? And that's where the fear come from. The other thing I really appreciate as well, Leo actually responded earlier, really talking about the service going to really enforce the case management, all of this. And then I wonder how that actually really go along with the question earlier on, say, what if they violate the rule and then we're not going to shuffle them onto the street, which is great. But then on the other hand, what kind of plan that we actually have that we pay them to, similar to Renton situation, right? King County paid these folks to come to here. And then later on, as what we kind of see happen in Renton state as well, it's really hard to get them out of this place, even they violate the rule. And in this situation, they have nearby 12 schools to bother. If you actually say, well, I cannot hold you anymore, and I don't have a really good place for you to go. And that's actually what I feel like there's a whole lot of great metrics discussion earlier on. But the one thing that we see repeatedly, right? All of these metrics definitely good to have. And then we see that repeatedly in either business or government having access to those data and really being transparent of the whole data collection pipeline and be assured the data actually come from good quality is really out of our control. Given the transparency that we experienced so far, I'm actually really have a question mark over there, even with established metrics. The whole crisis that we have right now, just kind of observe, is we don't really have a whole lot of mutual trust between the local community and the government right now, or the policymaker right now. And I feel like that's actually a bigger issue here. Even from the very beginning, you talk about the fear, you talk about the unknown, you talk about we are still working on this together. But the way along that what I'm hearing people really ask about is where is our voice? Where that we actually can play a role in this process, given that it's going to open in 3 months, great. It's already done deal about purchasing, awesome. Our taxpayer money already being spent. And of course, later on say, well, we can still, the King County with our own money to do the lawyer fee. But then on the other hand, if King County got actually punished, it still comes from taxpayer money to pay whatever it is, right? Sorry, that's probably my statement, and I'm going to stop there.
Okay.
I can just say real quickly, I appreciate that, Anna, very much. And while there are parts that I disagree with, there are parts that I agree with, absolutely, and I'm here to listen to all of it. I do want to observe there's sort of two things that I see going on. One is a question of how have you not already planned all of this? And another is how can we be involved in the planning of this? And what I'm here for, and I know the council member is as well, and why she asked me to be here, is that we are now at the stage where we are going to start to plan for the implementation, and we are here to listen. And I think certainly the council member is going to follow up with me and say like, hey, I heard this, this, and this, and this, and how we're going to account for that. I'm hearing a couple of things as well. And so this is the process where we are now hearing what is important to folks in the community so that we can incorporate it into the plan. And I know that will be satisfying to some and not to others, but just to sort of factually account, that's where we are. And we now have a lot of information that we're going to be able to incorporate.
Okay. I will move on to the next person, and that is Abigail Brown. I'm unmuting you, and I hope, oh, didn't work. There we are. Go ahead.
It absolutely worked. There's so many things here, and I'll be quick because I think I would like to echo what Andy S. said wholeheartedly. I'm a longtime resident, not just a resident. I grew up here. I've gone to all the public schools. I'm active civically. I work in the Bellevue-Redmond area. And so I think most people on this call and on the east side, they want to help. It's how this was executed that's causing the reaction. I think the citizens probably don't feel like they were given a choice or a voice of any kind. And I think almost anyone who drives past this location, they're going to think it's Bellevue. They're not going to think it's Redmond. And you know, you kind of wonder, was there, you know, as Andy indicated, was there an impact study completed regarding how this would affect not just schools and daycares, but seniors? There are a number of senior citizen facilities in the area, the surrounding businesses, and the fact that the density is growing tremendously. There are so many new condos that are going up, and the transit system is, you know, it's progressing along. There are going to be a lot more people in this area exposed to whatever. And so you wondered, was that done? And if it was, is there some place where it can be viewed? And why weren't these issues and these questions planned for in advance? You had to know that these types of questions would arise. And it just feels like this entire project was communicated and planned in a way that for Bellevue, it feels, for Bellevue citizens, I think it might feel surreptitious with regard to other cities. I don't know, but especially Bellevue. And in doing so, I think they haven't really set this program up for long-term success. I think we do need to resolve this. This is an issue that needs to be addressed, but how we're doing it, this is going to cause a ripple effect for how anything we do in the future is going to be received. And I almost feel as though a communication restart addressing these concerns would be useful. And so, you know, I think the idea may have been noble in the beginning, but now it's going to lead people to wonder what's next. You know, how do we avoid this happening again? And, you know, what other projects like this are in the county planning cycle pipeline? You know, what if you didn't plan for this, what's coming next, and why couldn't you? You know how this could work. And it sounds like you have all the elements of what it needs to explain how success could happen, but that just wasn't there, wasn't presented for anyone. I think it just felt surreptitious, and it feels kind of like we're gonna have this no matter what. Now we just have to figure out how we're gonna live with it. And is there some way to kind of go back and fix this? So that's my view.
I hear that. It was framed as a question, but I think it's more of a statement because, you know, we've sort of told the timeline of how we got to where we are and why. We are taking advantage of a timely opportunity, which does lead to moving more quickly. It's interesting because sometimes government comes in for the complaint that we all take too long, we do too much process, it takes us years to do anything. Why did it take us 20 years to build the light rail system, et cetera? And then, but when we move faster, then people, you know, because they expect to have the time and the transparency, feel that it's not, you know, that's not there. So I can't change the past. I think that tonight is a good step. I've heard a lot of concerns. I've heard a lot of ideas. I think we can take them and have a better communications strategy going forward from here. But it's going to be about how we do this, not about whether we do it or not about where we do it. And so that's just to be straight with you. That's, I think, where we are, but your point is well taken.
Well, and that's where I'm kind of wondering, how do we not do this again? It seems like we're having the hearings and the discussion about planning and process after the fact. Why weren't we doing this in advance? Now, when we're saying we want to hear what your thoughts are, it would have been good to get this kind of feedback and have all of these questions up front. And now we're not in a position of success.
I mean, I think we can still succeed here, and we are still in advance in a sense that it hasn't opened yet. We don't have the operator yet. We don't have all the rules and procedures and engagement mechanisms in place. So I hope that we can take advantage of the communications we're having now and move in a good direction for the operations.
No, I totally agree with that. One more question, or a question. Is there another purchase or plan to do this on the east side again? What is there another one kind of in the pipeline that, you know, this is the first one and this is going to be the model for how we plan and execute this again in another location?
I'll say a few words and then Leo can talk about the rest of the health through housing plan. So the goal of the health through housing plan is to provide enough rooms to house up to about 1,600 people. And the math they've done, you're going to have to correct me, suggests that means about 16 hotels or so. We've identified, I'm going to stop guessing at the math and let Leo actually say the right numbers and where we go from here.
It is 16. We have 9. We are not in an active real estate transaction for the remaining 3. We are seeking them out. We will only go where a city invites us to look. And right now, we're asking cities and we're looking for hotels that are not in a real estate transaction, we are not searching for another hotel right now in the city of Redmond or in Bellevue, which sounds like is where most people here are from, are calling from. And so, but we are seeking 3 more. And when we look at the regional distribution of where facilities are, we have the most facilities in Seattle. We then have the second most in South King County with 3 between Renton, Auburn, and Federal Way. And we have the one that we are talking about here in Renton and no others. So right now, we are not moving forward on transaction and if that changes, I will note that when you are proceeding in a real estate transaction with public funds, we do have to guard against having price increases in those transactions that result from public knowledge of the price. And there's actually, it's one of the few exemptions in the state law on public disclosure that you could have an executive session, for example, around a real estate transaction. So we are mindful of not having a price increase as a result of a public conversation around a real estate transaction, but we are not seeking any additional hotels right now in either the city of Redmond or Bellevue.
Thank you for that. And I guess my last question before I thank you for staying on this long to address everybody's concerns and questions is how might Bellevue be impactful? How can cities and the government be impactful with regard to how this gets implemented? So that, I mean, there's a lot of concern around drugs and alcohol. Would it be possible for citizens or the city to be impactful and say, okay, we need to change the rules on, a few of the operational rules about what's going to happen or who can stay there? How can we be impactful about this? It's going to be in our neighborhood.
Thank you. I think there's a number of ways we described, and Leo, I heard that the department is working on an updated frequently asked questions document, and I hope this will be covered when it's put out, sort of the process going forward, where the decision points are. You talked a little bit about how there's the selection of the operator, there's the formation of a good neighbor process of some kind. Redmond has the ability, because of being the permitting jurisdiction, to require some things. And so those are places where the community could have an influence by giving the county input, and we've got some tonight, about how to proceed with their steps, giving Redmond input about what sorts of things they could do in order to make this more likely to be successful. All right. So thank you. And I'm going to move on to Gail next. Gail, I am unmuting you now. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for having this discussion. I think it's long overdue to be able to talk about these things. I do want to talk about a few of the things that have already been discussed. One is the transparency issue. I mean, I was at the first meeting where people found out about it on Nextdoor, and one of the ladies there, her daughter attended the KinderCare, and she was informing the manager that, did you know that this just sold as a homeless shelter? And the person operating the KinderCare had no clue. So I don't know at what point they started reaching out to this community, but it was later than Nextdoor, it sounds like. So that's concerning because yes, it is public comment, but it is late. And I think that a lot of people, when you're hearing these comments, what I am hearing is not so much, I mean, there is concern about the shelter itself, but I think there's concern about the barriers and the appropriateness of the fit for the community that it is in, because it's such a child dense neighborhood, and not just schools, but like there's a 7-Eleven 0.3 miles, there's a Rapid Rise that drops kids off that walk to school 0.3 miles. And the other concern with that is just, I understand you don't want to be police, and I guess I want to circle back to that as a question as well. So it sounds like drugs, alcohol, mental illness, And when the question was approached about sex offenders and violent criminals, are you asking them, do they have prior convictions? Or are you leaving it up to the cops to figure out if they do or don't? Are you asking at least the question as part of the screening process for who would go there? And, you know, there are people that have been posting on here about some successful shelters next to schools and their families and, you know, single mothers and kids. And I think people might be more supportive of that in this particular location. And I do want to talk about Renton a little bit because I read the Seattle Times and they are very supportive of homeless. And this shelter definitely did not come across as a success. And I just looked at an article in June that said they're phasing out the controversial Red Lion shelter. So it says they're trying to phase it out. They didn't want to kick people out. They were going to close it in June anyway, but they said they're phasing it out. I saw a prior article that said they received 8 to 10 first responder calls a day. I guess the highest was 12, which zapped resources from them for other calls, 2 arsons in the facility. And I guess, like, you know, when we hear Leo talking about it in a different language, it's like that makes me concerned, because I'm like, okay, that to me sounds like a little bit concerning, because what I read in the Seattle Times did not express success to me. So those are some comments and questions. So the biggest one is the screening question. I know you don't want to be police, but are you asking those questions? And are you reviewing the barriers?
Thank you, Gail. So the council member mentioned this earlier, and this is true. Like where there is a person who has a registration and a reporting requirement, we do have to be able to facilitate them and know that they need to be able to do that reporting. And so that's a thing that we'll be incorporating into the plan. And that's different than whether we'll impose additional, you know, a standard of we're not going to go above what the state law requires or below the state law. We'll be enforcing the state law. And if there's a city law in place here as well. The question of like, are we asking folks if they have a prior conviction? I think one of the things that, you know, rather than when you come in like, hey, have you previously had a conviction? One of the things that is good about this being a place where we'll be able to have active case management is we are able to see in people's treatment records or medical records what their treatment and medical history have been, including any treatment that may have happened in a facility like a jail or another hospital. And so I believe that we have, and would argue that we have actually much more insight into where a person has been and what kind of support they need by virtue of their case management and knowing their medical history, so that we're able to provide care than you would get in a background check. So what we're seeking to do is understand who's there so that we can provide assistance. We also screen people before they even become eligible for housing, and that does include whether there's a history of criminal legal involvement or incarceration, as well as a number of other factors. And that screening is what helps us identify where a person might be a best fit in a facility in the first place. So between screening that we do for folks to assess them to see if they are eligible and appropriate for housing, and then the on-site care management that we're able to do with having Medicaid-funded behavioral health providers on site, I think we have a much higher level of information about everybody who'll be living in one of these buildings than you would get from a background check. And it's more actionable information because we've got care professionals who are, you know, empowered and credentialed to do something with it.
Can I go back also? There was a question about Renton and the experience there. And I want to just, I've been reminded that I said I would 911 calls in Renton. So the earlier question was framed, Leo, as you had made a statement about that the crime the responses, I cannot remember anymore, went down. And the questioner said, but there were 277 calls. How do you jive those? And then I just want to frame this in the question that Gail has just asked, which is, and I hear this, and this is really real, when people learn of a certain experience through newspaper reports, experience of people who know about it, their own experience, and then they hear everything's fine. This causes distrust because
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like straight talk. So can you speak to the Renton experience a little bit in that frame?
Absolutely. And we've answered both sides of these questions, but at different parts tonight, so to put them both together.
Yeah.
The Renton Red Line, which is in operation right now, has been the subject of both legislation at the Renton City Council and litigation, but is in operation now. Was a shelter. We took the DESC main shelter, and in order to prevent the spread of disease, displaced the shelter literally, I think, on 3 or 4 days' notice to a hotel in Renton. The question of whether it succeeded or failed, it operated as a shelter. The goal was to prevent death or spread of COVID primarily, and it succeeded in that regard. There are two things that are true about the 911 calls, and we should speak very plainly about this. The number of 911 calls attributed to the people living at the Renton Red Lion versus when they were in a congregate setting dropped dramatically. And the number of 911 calls attributed to the Renton Red Lion Hotel increased from when it was a hotel. When we got into the data, and the city of Renton has prepared this data multiple times, one of the things we were really looking at is how much of that is like calls for people in distress or welfare checks versus active crime. And so there's a little bit of nuance to the data that I'm not recalling off the top of my head, but I think we should all be super plain. There were more 911 calls once it was operating as a shelter than there were before it was operating as shelter. And there were fewer 911 calls than as operating as a single room shelter than when it was a congregate shelter. And I think that's what the UW study really sort of lays out plainly.
I'm pretty sure we missed something, Gail. What else did you ask that we didn't answer?
Are you reviewing the barriers themselves?
That's it.
Because you're also, I understand, like for instance, in Bellevue, they were going to put a men's shelter next to Bellevue College. And, a woman had been raped and killed, a student, by a homeless person. And so they reconsidered that men's shelter and they moved it not too far away, but it was closer to the humane shelter, thinking that that might be a more appropriate location a little bit further from the college. And I guess that's what a lot of people's question is about this is, are you reviewing the appropriateness of the barriers for this particular location where you do have a lot of kids walking to the 7-Eleven 0.3 miles from it to get snacks after school? And I hear that a lot of Interlake students go there at lunch. It's very close to this facility. So are you reviewing the barriers? Is that under consideration?
So let me just say one quick thing, and then I want to ask Leo we can talk about the question, because the question's valid and I don't want to undermine the question. But the recitation that's gone around about what happened with the Eastgate shelter, that's not what happened. So I don't want to waste our time here tonight, but the pieces of what you said are correct, but it didn't happen in that order. And that murder happened like 10 years ago, and it had nothing to do with where we cited the homeless shelter. So also that person was couch surfing in an apartment building. So like there's a lot of stuff there, but the question is, are we reviewing the barriers because of concerns about the type of people that we will have and the type of issues that we will have and the surrounding community and activities in the surrounding community, or any other reason?
Thank you. So I think this is a place where the process going forward is we'll be able to have this conversation and receive this input from the community. So we are going to select a provider, and then I think we will have the conversation with the provider. And we're talking here today about how we can get community input to that. And the question to the provider will be, how do you operate in your facility so far? What do you see? What are the goals with this specific facility? And are there circumstances in which a person wouldn't be eligible to be housed here? Or are there circumstances in which a person might be eligible, but we would need a specific care plan? The council member's question about registration, I think, is a good one there. How are we going to make sure that we're communicating and not placing somebody someplace where they're actually not allowed to be by law? So I think that's the process. And absolutely, like, again, there's no dogma here. I think there's just interest. Like, the interest is to be able to provide a place where people who currently don't have access to housing can have access to housing so that they can then benefit from that housing in a way that gets them healthier. And we can address the thing that we all hear about, which is we have too much unsheltered homelessness in our community. I think anybody would say, like, we've heard a couple of them here, and as we go forward, hey, we'd like you to look at this. I think we will absolutely look at this, a particular parameter. And we've heard a lot of them here tonight about whether this should be a reason to keep somebody out or not. Our goal, however, is to be able to provide a place where people can come in who are outside and benefit from access to healthcare and benefit from housing so that they can get better.
Okay, if it's okay, I'm going to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Tony DeSalvo, and I am unmuting you now. Hello, Tony, can you speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you for, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I've been sitting here waiting. My questions I sent to Madeline, but I didn't get to hear I heard some of the answers. But my big concern is that, that these things haven't worked. Queen Anne, Clement House, Renton, it goes on and on. So why are we continuing to have more locations and doing the same thing? I know you've made an effort to try to answer, but what about what happened to the veterans? It's appalling. What happened to the family and the children?
Why can't you have those?
And why can't we have those? I mean, we're just like Andy said, we are going back ass. We should be getting input from the people first. And in California, we have laws that states that no sex offenders within a certain vicinity. In the school, literally, Silver Cloud is literally right on the corner. Right there is Kinder Care, and then we have another preschool everything is right within less than a mile away. I mean, so how is it possible that we can have that? And I also want to know, why wasn't Bellevue constituents? I mean, Redmond Mayor Bernie literally puts it right on the borderline of Bellevue and Redmond, but it's so Bellevue than Redmond. Why didn't she put it in the heart of her town? I mean, she's so passionate about it. So, I mean, and then I still want to know 15% of locals. Where are the other 85% coming from? Are they coming from Seattle? Are they coming from Renton?
The failed ones.
So, I mean, those are the questions that I have. I have a few more, but I think we can just go with that.
Okay, thank you. Let me just say that on the question of veterans, and Leo can speak to this probably better than I can because he was the manager of our Veterans and Seniors Human Services program before he was the director of this department. But we at King County put a tremendous amount of money that the voters did approve, thank you voters, to essentially eliminate veterans homelessness. And we have been working on that for several years now and have made tremendous progress. The numbers of veterans pre-COVID who were homeless was significantly down. And Leo can tell us what's going on now. My information's a little old, but we absolutely prioritized veterans and homelessness. In Bellevue, which I'm more familiar with than Redmond, we supported and partnered with a faith organization that built affordable housing project on a church ground specifically for veterans housing. There's a lot of efforts going on in veterans housing. We don't have time for all of that tonight. But the other questions were regarding sex offenders. That is an area that I'm taking as follow-up. There are legal requirements, and obviously registered sex offenders are a concern. We are going to report back on how that will be managed. And then again, the question with the 15% versus the 15% is a percentage that is in state law that applies to the funding source that says what we are allowed to use the money for. And it sets a target minimum of 15%, which means that's the floor, not the ceiling. We can have no fewer than 15% of the people from the local area. Our target is going to be much more, and my goal would be 100%. And so I think that that's something that we can all kind of try to work towards to make sure that this resource is being used to house the people who are in chronic homelessness in East King County already. And Leo, I'll ask you if you have anything to add to that.
Just on the question of veterans, veterans are among the people who are eligible to be housed here. Veterans are adults by definition, and so can be here. We have seen, I think it's about 7% of the overall homeless population is veterans, and it gets a little bit higher when you get into the adult population. So I fully expect that there will be some veterans here, and that's at the Redmond Hotel, and that's certainly going to be an allowable use. It will not be specifically dedicated only for veterans. We do have a number of other programs that fund that, including a pilot project that we recently announced with the VA.
Now I would like to call on Tom Wickrath. I'm sorry if I got that a little wrong, and I'm asking you to unmute now. Wickrath.
A bit longer than you have. So I have a question regarding the provider that you select. Can you make an assurance to the community that you will not allow a provider to, for example, give instruction or provide booty bumping kits, in other words, rectal administration of illegal drugs? You will not allow a provider to distribute needles. Can you give us at least that much assurance? My other statement is that generally I would feel a lot more comfortable with it not being low barrier. On the other hand, no one wants to see someone die because it's freezing outside. So is there any way to prioritize non-low barrier, but still have some space available for low barrier for those very cold nights, but they don't necessarily get the room until they can improve a little bit, until they can agree to the rules? That's my questions. So it would be the organization, what are they going to be allowed to what kind of quote help unquote are they going to be allowed to provide to their tenants? Does that include booty bumping instruction and kits and needles? Or can you assure us that you won't allow that?
I'm just learning the term. I can state categorically that we will require our operators not to provide rectal administration of illegal drugs, which I think was the question that you were asking.
Yes, that's it.
So check.
Because DESC provides instruction and kits in Seattle.
Again, we are not going to hire a provider who's going to be doing rectal administration of illegal drugs, and to the extent that the question is in some ways, like, is this going to be a safe injection site? The answer is no, unequivocally. It will not be a safe injection site, period. The other question, what you have described is a little bit of like a shelter within a housing facility.
Yes, yes.
So our commitment has been that we will be providing a housing facility, not a shelter facility. I don't anticipate any sort of shelter within the housing facility. We've been saying it's housing, not shelter, and intend to stick to that going forward. And then go ahead, Councilmember.
Let me ask you this question, Leo. How will people be referred to about how people will be referred? Because there is emergency shelter and there will be emergency shelter, and people who come in just off the street are likely to start at shelter. So talk a little bit about how people move into housing.
Absolutely. So there is an assessment process for people who receive housing, and the purpose of that assessment is to determine whether they're what we'll call housing ready, and there's some documentation requirements for that. In some cases, people might not even have basic IDs. So we'll seek to get that basic level of housing readiness. So the council member is correct. Often the sequence is people come to shelter, and then in an ideal system, there's enough housing where people can rapidly move from shelter, which is really designed only to keep people alive, into housing, which is designed to help people get better. And so the typical pattern would be referral to shelter, assessment, and then referral to housing. That is not the only pattern. There are instances where people who are unsheltered are actually housing ready. So it's possible that somebody might come directly from outside after they've been assessed. But what we're really looking at is what state is a person in? Are they able to pay 30% of their income? Are they able to enter into the agreement with the operator about conduct? Are they able to satisfy some of those documentation requirements that are necessary? To say that they have an ID and other form of being able to verify who they are. So it is not going to be frequent, common, or the ideal that you sort of see a person laying outside and then they immediately move into housing. And we don't want people to linger in shelter too long, because again, shelter is not really a good place for people to get better. Congregate shelter in particular.
Can I ask a quick follow-up question from the chat? Someone's asking if the screening would be done by a case manager or CEAT3, which is not a term that I'm familiar with. Do you see that?
If T3 is trained the trainer, CEA refers to coordinated entry for all. So I think in the vast majority of cases, the screening is going to be done by a case manager. And then what the CEA team does is, once people have been, this is really inside baseball, so I won't go into details unless people want to. Once people have been screened by case managers, all of the screened people go into a pool, and CEA's job is to then prioritize within that pool and make referrals where there are housing openings. A thing that is true right now is we have about 15,000 people who are eligible for referral into housing in the CEA system. And we have enough housing to refer less than 3% of them in any given year into housing.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next person, and then I want to prepare us. We got 3 more hands raised. I'm going to ask Amy from earlier to please raise your hand again. I have noticed in the comment that we apparently didn't get back to the question. I moved on too quickly from you. I want to give you a chance to ask your question that you didn't get answered, and you will have the last word. And then I will explain what we're going to do next, and we'll wrap up. So it's Sergey, Jenny. I'm going to try to unmute iMom one more time. We just haven't been able to tonight. And then if Amy would raise her hand again, we'll call on you again. Okay, so thank you, Amy. I see you. And so now Sergey is next. Please go ahead. Yes.
office said no illegal drugs, right? So will the drugs like heroin and fentanyl be allowed in the building or not?
So I do think that the place to start, if it's illegal outside, it's illegal inside. Where we have people who use illegal drugs, the most effective tool that we have is treatment. So folks who are using illegal drugs or using legal substances in an unhealthy way, who live in the building, we are not going to require 100% abstention before they enter the building. The reason we don't require people to abstain from substance use before they enter housing is that it often actually has the opposite effect of both keeping people housed and increasing, or at least not decreasing, their drug use. So in order to provide people with access to treatment and knowing that treatment is most effective for most people when they are housed, and that most in this case is a very high percentage, the way that we reduce drug use amongst people who are unsheltered is to get them into housing and then make sure that they have access to on-site physical and behavioral health care that is available when they need it, right there. So you're asking a very direct question, which is, would we prohibit somebody who we know uses, and let's say heroin, from entering the hotel and having housing? No. We want to get them in so that we can provide housing. If for an extended period of time, we're not seeing the benefit that we're seeking, which is to assist that person in restoring health, then we'll start asking, is there another type of intervention? Is there another location where they should go? Again, involuntary treatment, which is something that people often ask about, has a very high bar on purpose to deprive somebody of their liberty, and is not usually an option for a person who's otherwise suitable for housing. And when it is an option, it also is not a very effective modality to actually end drug use. We know that, or reduce drug use. We know that to reduce unhealthy drug use, we have to have people in a place where they can receive the treatment and where the treatment is available to them, and that requires housing.
So then for how long, like you said, you will start asking questions that like the heroin or fentanyl addict is living in your facility for a year or 2 years, right? You start asking questions. Will you keep asking these questions for another 5 to 10 years while he still or she still lives in this facility, right? Because what will happen is that, as many people said, we have schools nearby. If there's going to be people who are using heroin and fentanyl in this facility, there will be, dealers, the drug dealers who will move into the area because they have the stable base now to whom supply, right? We will probably start seeing the needles. I'm not saying we don't have the needles. I haven't seen the needles in the community. We'll probably start seeing more of them, right? And so you see, like that's the problem that we're having. Like you're saying, like you will start asking questions, like what does that mean, right? Like for how long you will continue keeping them there? For how many fentanyl addicts will live in this facility for like 5, 10 years? You said it's a permanent house potential, right? This is just, do you see what I'm saying? Do you hear in what we're asking?
I do. I do hear what you're asking, and I think you're using a phrase that I apologize if I use because I don't think it's accurate, that we'll start asking questions. That's not the way that this works. When you enter into the housing facility, you will have a case manager. The case manager will make an assessment. And if that includes the fact that you use, illegal drugs or legal drugs in an unhealthy way, we will begin offering and seeking to connect you with treatment. And that's more than, it's not as passive as like, hey, what do you think? It is like, we've got treatment on site. One of our goals and metrics will be to increase enrollment of people in Medicaid, Medicare, or other health insurance, and then to have them routinely attending treatment. It's one of the things that we're going to measure. That is the model is health through housing. And we didn't just pick it because of the name. It's because that's literally what we are trying to do here, is to increase people's health by getting them housed. And so I I think the question is basically, are you just going to be really passive and they can stay here forever? And if by year 10 they haven't decided that they don't want to do anything, like what are you going to do? I'm here to say that we monitor much more closely, and we will, if we got to 4 or 5 or 6 years and we saw no improvement in a person's health by virtue of being housed, I think it would be very clear way earlier than that this was actually not the right intervention for them. We wouldn't evict them and send them out. We'd seek to connect them to a higher level of care.
Thank you very much for answering the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the last person that hasn't been called on once before is Jenny. And so you have been waiting officially the longest of everybody. And I thank you. And I'm trying to unmute you so that you can finally have some say here. Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask a question. I just have a simple question. As a resident, do we have right to or chance to vote for this decision?
No, there's not going to be a public vote on this, but we talked earlier about the different steps that still are to come and the different ways in which the community can be involved in helping to make sure that we are responsive to the community and that we are setting this operation up to succeed. And by succeed, I have heard people say your metrics should include metrics about the community, and I think that's fair and it should be included. But in terms of a vote, like at the ballot box, no, there's no vote.
So I don't want to know the reason, but I want to know which bill to support you to do this without citizen voting. I think it's illegal because we live here. We has people our right, but our right we cannot protect our right. We cannot protect our kids. So why residents don't have any right, don't have any right to vote for this? Can you answer my question?
I'm just struggling because the sort of things that residents vote for include the people who represent you. We've heard a bit about that tonight. That include certain kinds of tax votes, certain kinds of like governance votes, like if there was a change to our county charter, you would have to vote on it. So at the county level, that's the sorts of things that go to the ballot for a full vote. Every week, your city councils, your county council meet and consider and pass ordinances that set zoning laws, tax rates, what we do with our money, our budgets. We make all kinds of decisions, and the decision that was up for a vote by elected representatives here was the decision to appropriate money to support the health through housing program as a whole. And that vote was taken by the county council. So that's, I mean, just generally the way it works. We don't usually have votes about specific individual property acquisitions or plans.
So honestly, what do you think? What can influence the decision? So yeah, What can change the decision?
Can
you hint something for me?
Yeah, I'm saying that I'm committed. The King County Council and executive are committed to implementing the Health Through Housing program, including this Redmond site. We are also committed to trying to work with the community to make it work in the community so that it is safe, so that it is a good neighbor. But we have an obligation to do something about the homelessness in our community, and this is something that it is important for us to do. So when you ask me, how can I change it? All I can tell you is that we are committed to this path. We want to talk about what we can do to make it work, but whether to do it or not is not something that is up for a vote at this point.
If we still have a concern, or we still want to do something with this, who is the best people or best organization we can reach to build this shelter? Appeal this decision.
There is no appeal process that I'm aware of.
Oh, that's illegal. I cannot accept. Oh,
okay.
I don't know who I talking.
Here's what I would suggest.
It's no meaning. This no meaning. Just speechless. Okay.
Here's what I would suggest. I noticed in the chat earlier that there is a group that mentioned that they are considering a lawsuit, and that would be an appropriate path if you consult with a lawyer to see if there's any legal recourse. I do not believe there is, but that is something that is available to anyone who feels that they've been harmed against the law. You said you thought this was illegal. That is what I would suggest, is that you could speak to a private attorney who would give you objective advice.
Okay, so I think there is a key point. It's the kids around the shelter. There are 12 schools around the shelter and within 1 or 2 miles. So I think unless you have some clear safety security to make sure kids are safe, you can open the shelter. Otherwise, it's unequal to the kids. The kids, they have their right, but they have no chance to speak for themselves because they are young, they are kids. Who can ensure they're safe? What will you do to ensure the kids are safe? What will you do to ensure the kids' right? What's your plan?
So we talked about this quite a lot tonight, and I'll say just a little
but
bit.
You don't
again.
offer any meaningful and any effective suggestion.
I understand.
You even have no idea.
I understand that you don't agree that what I'm saying is effective.
You just emphasize. You just
I understand you don't agree that what I'm saying is effective.
The homeless need a shelter, but you don't emphasize the kids' safety. This is the difference between us.
Yeah, no, I have talked about safety in the community and safety of young people tonight many times, and I understand that. Can I finish? Can I finish? I will listen to you, but I would like you to also listen to me, please.
Yeah. Please directly answer my question. How to protect the kids?
I will answer your question in the way that I will answer it, and this is how I will answer it.
Yes.
I believe And I know that people don't like that word believe. I've seen the complaints about it in the
Yeah,
chat.
but believe don't help. Believe don't work.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Believe just
But
believe,
let me say, we're
not
all
action.
talking, can I say, we're all talking about our beliefs here. People
Yeah,
are
don't
talking.
talk believe.
People
Just say action.
Okay, ma'am, I'm sorry. I can tell that you really don't want me to answer because you just keep talking. So I heard what you said. I've talked about safety in the community and safety for children. I've talked about the fact that this stems from an assumption that this facility will cause a risk to children that doesn't already exist. And I don't agree with that assumption, but because we want to be proactive and we want to be cautious, we are partnering with the cities that the facility is in and the cities that are outside the Bellevue, which is right around the area. Their governments are engaged, their police will be engaged, and we will engage with the neighborhood to keep a sharp eye out to see if anything is happening around the facility that we should do something about. And I care a lot about. I started this meeting tonight by explaining that I live here too. I don't live right near Highland, but I live.
Maybe you don't have
I
kids
live here
around
too,
there.
and I have a child too. I understand what people are saying. I understand that that is the most important thing in the world to a parent, to keep their child safe. I understand that. And so because we have different views about what it means to create a safe community, to create public welfare, that doesn't mean that I don't care about the safety of children. I do, but we do have a difference of opinion about what it means to create public safety and public
So
welfare.
do you mean you will increase the police investment? Do you mean that? So what's your detailed plan? Like how much money will you increase on the police department or around this area to ensure the safety?
We had this exact same question come up when we were planning for the homeless shelter that is being built in Bellevue and around the homeless tent encampment, which has now been circulating in and out of Bellevue and the Redmond area for years and years. And we talked to the police department and asked them, do they believe that they need more resources in order to respond to whatever incidents may occur and whatever calls for service may occur? They have never asked for more resources or said they need them. But if they did, we would have that conversation.
I can't believe.
Okay,
but the crisis is increasing. Yeah, the area is will be more dangerous than before.
I mean, we all are making predictions here. You're making a prediction, but we are not powerless. We have the ability to do something to make sure that this is that the way this operates is done in a way that is safe for everyone involved. Okay, I'm going to move on and try to get my mom one last time because we tried to unmute 3 or 4 times. I don't know why it didn't work, but now I am trying to unmute you again. There, it worked that time. Hi, Mom, you're on.
Thank you for letting me speak. I live here very close to this future homeless hotel. So yesterday I went to Seattle. I went to Seattle from time to time, like a few months. What I've seen is more and more homeless was there. Every corner, almost every minute, I just getting tired to count. So some homeless, they lie on the street, they lie on the park, they at the waterfront, and some homeless, they screaming in the street. And by saying homeless, you can obviously see they are mentally disabled, have some mental issue. And the one woman was lying on whatever building's doorway, entertaining herself. I don't want to say that word. So are you talking about like those kind of people, they with mental health issues, they will not pose any danger to our kids? So where does your belief come from? I don't have any data. any data can really support me. All I see is from Seattle's change, from last year, from the year before to today. I witnessed its change. I don't believe this. I don't believe that this homeless shelter, this homeless hotel can bring us safety. All I can tell is what I have seen. So tell me, where does your belief come from that this homeless will keep everyone safe?
Yeah, let me validate your experience of downtown Seattle. I've lived in Bellevue for almost 30 years. I've worked in Seattle all of those years except for one. And downtown Seattle has changed dramatically. We can all see it. It is the evidence of your eyes does not lie. The situation around where I work, around the courthouse, is very challenging. In many parts of Seattle, very challenging. You don't see similar conditions in Bellevue or in Redmond because the cities of Bellevue and Redmond do not allow tent encampments. They do not allow people to just sort of be out in the streets engaging in open air drug markets. They just don't allow it. They put a stop to it. And so we don't have the same kind of street experience or outdoor, we don't see that here. You don't see, right? We don't see that here. And so this building is meant to support the people in East King County who are homeless. And those are the people we'll be serving. So that's the answer, is we'll be serving people from here who need housing.
The answer is about serving homeless, but you obviously you have some hard time to distinguish from normal, healthy homeless from those mental issue homeless, drug addicts, sexual offenders. Sorry, I cannot agree with you because majority, look at your low barrier, the bar, what it is, majority of the residents is going to be those kind of people. The single mother with kids, they get help? No. These people temporarily lose their job, they will get help? No. All these people we want help, they don't get any help. And you putting so many mental illness people here, you said they are not going to harm our child. So tell me, if they work out that building, they're wandering on the street, what are you gonna do? Are you going to just, arrest them, send them back into the building, or send them to any place else? That is really a real issue. They work out the building. They just want to shouting on the street. They just want to do something inappropriate in front of our kids. So what are you gonna do?
If somebody is assaulting you, doing what I think you're describing, if they are yelling in your face, you call the police. The police will come.
That is really your solution. I'm telling you, one, I can call police. Two, I can call police. But you are putting nearly 100 of them here. How can you really be sure that not every day have that? 100 people here.
I'm sorry, but I'm just going to listen, and I'm going to take on board that I hear the same concerns. My answer remains the same, that 140 people does not mean 140 criminals. We're making assumptions that are just not true, not borne out by the facts. There is data to show that people living in homeless housing and people in homelessness tend to be more victimized than victimizers. And so we're just making assumptions, and we're basing a lot on those assumptions, and I don't share them. But I do want to make this housing project a success. And that means for the people inside and for the people outside. So that means making sure that we are doing this right, that we are working with the community around the building, that we are working with the local law enforcement and doing what we can.
You don't even have a successful, example here, and you're already putting this thing into such a busy city, center of a city. So this is not an experiment to every people. There's no experiment per se. It's our child. It's a human being. And you're saying you believe, you said, I assume that all these people are criminal. I don't assume all these people are criminal. I assume majority of them have mental issues. And how can you assume that they are not harmful to our kids? That's my question, right? Where did you get the data they do not harmful to our child?
I have worked in this city for many, many years. We've established a large men's shelter. People came and said to us that they're mentally ill, they're drug addicts, they're rapists, and you're going to harm our community if you start this shelter. And they weren't, and that didn't happen. The same thing happened with the tent city, and those people weren't, and it didn't happen. So when I say that I believe that these are assumptions, I say that from experience, because we have been able to house people who need homes on the east side in different ways, in different places. But I know that it can work and we can do it because I've seen it, because we've done it, because the same fears, I know these fears are real, but the same fears come up every time we talk about this and every time we find a way to make it work. And so I have a lot of faith in the people involved, a faith in the cities of Redmond and Bellevue, faith in this community that you're not just going to close your eyes and turn away and say, whatever, you're going to call things out when there's a problem, and that's good. So yeah, I have faith that we can make this happen.
So this is the problem. I don't know where does your faith come from. I don't see a successful example here. How would I suppose to have faith for this? And you put your faith to all the public residents here, right? Your faith, you believe this, and you kidnap our belief. You have to say, oh, because you have the faith, we should have the faith. Show me examples. Show me that you have a homeless hotel like that can really make all the residents, live peacefully.
So just on this one specific point, because it is inaccurate that housing is an experiment. Housing works to make people healthier. It is what the vast majority of us enjoy. And for folks who are not sheltered, and I'll put it in here again, and I know that this is not a question of evidence at this point, but I will put the evidence out there. We know factually, we know historically, and it has been repeated over and over and over again that people have the best chance of being healthy when they are housed.
So I'm gonna refer to your description. You said about people getting happier, getting more comfortable, getting live better life. You refer to all these people.
Happiness.
Happiness, their happiness. So you refer to majority
could you please let him answer? Would you let him answer? He's trying to say something, and I think it's fair to let him say it, and then you can have your say again.
So, I think what I hear is, you want to coddle homeless people, and perhaps that's an unfair characterization, but we have people in our community right now by the thousands who are, as we speak right now, outside. And it's not 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. It is at least 6,000. That number will grow. It has been growing, and it is because the way that we have failed to have housing available and affordable for people in our community right now is producing those results. You described a experience in Seattle, which I 100% believe, of people unhoused. And I think in many ways, the question here that we might disagree on is whether the solution is to provide housing, and that will be the more effective way to provide health and to have people not being on the streets, or whether the solution is not to provide housing for them.
Well, my question is not that. My question is, you can provide a housing, you can provide to these people, just not being a center in so many schools. Okay, so those people, if you think you have to put such a low barrier housing in such a busy city in with like more than 10 schools around it, you are prioritized wrong. Because these people, they can do something. They can be harmful. Yes, I agree that there has to be something to be done to help the homeless, but how? You have to admit to that the majority of the this kind of homeless hotel have mental issue. They do have mental issue. So compared to putting them in the center of a city, why not put them to some, places that have less kids?
Okay, so
I don't understand that.
we're coming up on 11 o'clock. I'm gonna just take that as more comment on this topic, which we've heard and talked about a lot tonight. So I'm gonna add that to the store of people who say we don't think this is the right location because of the proximity to schools. But I am gonna move on. 2 more people raised their hands since I said we were coming to the end. I'm gonna call on them, but we're really just gonna take this as comment. And then I'll call on Amy to ask her last question because she was, I moved too quickly and I muted her and I want her to make sure that she gets her question asked. But the next person is Linda Seltzer. And I'm just going to do Linda and Paul and then Amy, and then we'll wrap. Linda, are you able to unmute? Let me see if I didn't do it right. Doesn't seem to be working, Linda, I'm sorry. I'm going to try Paul and then I'll try you again. Paul, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanna thank Leo and Claudia. Just thank you for a reminder that individuals experiencing homelessness are human beings first, second, and third. They are our fellow citizens, brothers, sisters, and family members. Ordinary people experiencing extraordinary challenges. To solve for homelessness, we need all of us. We can't say no to the hotel and no to the street all in the same breath. Homelessness, at least homeless individuals are amongst us every day and have been as long as the East Side has been around. The lack of housing, wraparound services are the evidence-based solutions that Leo has repeatedly talked about tonight. This is supported by data. There have been and continue to be very many successful homeless providers who every day work tirelessly to make sure individuals are helped. The reason most of us do not know this is because often those providers are getting the job done in a very, very hard environment. Homelessness is local, it's regional, it's national, and it's even global. I fully support the Silver Cloud Hotel. Thanks again for staying up this late, answering every question. Keep up the great work. Let's move ahead. Let's work together.
Thank you, Paul. I did now find Linda Seltzer. I found your question in the Q&A, and since I can't unmute you, I'm going to read it. The question is, since 2016, there's been a homelessness crisis among people in wheelchairs and with other mobility disabilities. It is very painful to see people with wheelchairs and walkers in the shelters or on the street. A site near transit would be helpful for people in wheelchairs and the blind. Hotels are often designed to offer ramps, wide doors, and braille in elevators. What can be done to prioritize those who can't find accessible apartments? Thank you for that question. I've been learning more and more about the very high percentage of people in homelessness who have physical disabilities. It's quite stunning. So Leo, could you please speak to that?
Absolutely. And it is absolutely problem. We're so used to providing shelter or housing for homeless folks only where we can. And often that means that we sacrifice access and accessibility. One of the things that's really, I think, important about these hotels is that they are designed exactly as you described, Linda. And this is a good example in another context of the screening and referral process that we've talked about. We would discover in screening whether a person had used a wheelchair, for example, or might read through Braille, and then would be able to prioritize them for referral to a unit that can support them. So all except for 2 of the Health Through Housing hotels in the Redmond is one of them are accessible. It's one of the advantages of buying newer buildings, and it's an important place that we'll be able to start doing better for folks who have been living in wheelchairs and experiencing homelessness, because there are quite a few.
Like at 11 o'clock, my computer decided to freeze. It's 11:15. Okay, Amy, I'm going to give you the last word. I apologize for muting you too quickly. And you have noted that you have questions that we didn't get back to, so please go ahead.
Question, I just remembered a news that I want to share with everybody that happened just beginning of August, where a family was in downtown Seattle. Their car was broken into, and one of their Bluetooth device was stolen. So they followed the signal of their device into a homeless encampment. And when he got off the car, a mob of people starting to come over and beat them up. So there was a husband and wife. So they were hitting them, with wooden sticks. And then they suddenly turned into damaging their cars. And they have a 2-week-old baby in the car, and they did not stop. So to protect the kid, the 2 people had to quickly get back to their car and try to drive away. The mob followed them, get on their cars, jumping on them. And the result was one of them was killed. I mean, this is a sad story for everybody. And there is a 2-week-old baby in that car. That's just something that this kind of news that happens so frequently, that is how we're so worried. We're looking for how to protect our kids. And to what Paul said, yes, because we're humans, the human instinct is to protect our kids. Kids' safety is our top priority. And now back to my question. If a homeless person leaves the hotel on their own because they don't like the rules and things they have to deal with, or some of them breaks the rule that they can't stay in the hotel anymore, where will they go? Will they be allowed to just camp around in public places in Bellevue and Redmond? Or is King County required to find them another housing facility immediately? Because we don't want anybody who, leaves the hotel and just feels like, I have more freedom on street. I'm just going to camp around. How is King County planning to approach this problem?
Thanks, Amy. To the second part, and I'll speak from recent experience this year at multiple locations. We have a similar sets of issues that come up we run isolation and quarantine facilities in the COVID context that have been housing thousands of homeless folks over the course of the last 15 months. When we have folks who want to leave the facility and no longer want to be there, which I think is maybe even the closest analog here, we arrange transportation for them. We seek the destination and confirm where they'll be able to go. And then we provide that transportation to the new place. And the reason that we do this is we do not operate these facilities to then, create homelessness. We operate these facilities to house people. And when we have a person who is not succeeding in a particular location, we are seeking to then find a place where they can go. It is also true, and I think, we should be plain, At King County, we don't have the ability to tell a person that they may or may not be in a city. And unless that person has had their ability to move freely limited, either because they've been arrested on a criminal cause or a civil cause, we don't have the ability to say you cannot be here. As a matter of values, we don't do that anyways, and it's not something that we have legally available to us. And to the spirit of your question, we absolutely seek to connect people with the next place that they'll go, provide them with the transportation, and make the coordination that will make it so that they can actually get there.
So what happens if, the person who leaves the hotel on their own, and then they were transported from outside of our city, and they don't want to leave? They just want to camp out in our parks, on the street. What can be done to remove them? They were transported in. They just don't want to stay in the hotel. Our city is beautiful. We want to keep it beautiful. We don't want it to turn into another Seattle. If you have not seen the documentary, Seattle is Dying, that is something that we do not want our city to become.
Can I just say, there's also an interface between what the building and the property and what happens in the larger community. And that is why it is so important that we have that relationship with the local jurisdictions, including the local police, so that if somebody does, for whatever reason, because they came from this building, because they came from the shelter, because they just showed up. Occasionally tents pop up on the east side now, and they're not coming from either of these places because this one doesn't exist yet. We need to have that partnership with the city so that they can appropriately enforce the rules and the laws and the norms of their community. I saw a comment just now that said something about Bellevue law. I believe that update to the law was made in response to a court case that said and says that communities can't move people from camping out in parks or in public if they don't have adequate shelter for them to go to. And so I'm pretty sure that that's what that law is about. But they do now have shelter. Shelter has been created and provided in Bellevue, so they're able to respond. All right, we are getting close to 11. I want to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank everybody who stayed all this time. I appreciate that we may see things differently. I appreciate that there's a lot of work to be done. I'm nevertheless really value dialogue, and I value hearing from people. I see Leo nodding. I know he does as well. Here's what we're going to do. First, a couple of final words. I see that there has been some conflict in the chat. Because my computer is not working very well, I can't scroll up and down, but we will look back at the recording and see what happened. And if there was something inappropriate, we will call it out. I see that people are concerned that there might have been some anti-Asian comments, and that is just completely unacceptable to me. If somebody had said it out loud, I would have shut it down immediately. And I'm sorry if technical abilities or lack thereof kept me from keeping on top of that. I want to say to everybody here that that's just simply not okay. Not part of this discussion. We can agree, we can really, really disagree, and we can call each other all kinds of things, and share our opinions, but we cannot be racist to one another. And that's, so I just wanted to say that. Then the last thing we're going to do is we will take this recording and we will eventually, once we've got it, in one file, we'll make it available in its entirety, unedited, online for people to have access to. We will go back from back through the chat and the questions, because I know we didn't get to all of them. And if there are any substantive things that we really missed, we'll try to put out some information about those. And there's more to come on this topic. A lot more work to come, a lot more discussion to come, but I'm really glad that you all came tonight and shared your thoughts. Thank you very much. And we'll call this meeting to an end now. Thank you.